This is the Big O Show. 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 This is
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome aboard to the show as we get ready to rock and roll on a beautiful Wednesday. Well, it is a beautiful Wednesday because we get to enjoy this Wednesday, and we work our way to the NFL playoffs, which is a beautiful thing. The great Sean Stanley, of course, is mastering this program like he does every day and the entire platform. Mike McCoy last night with a little Miami Hurricanes watch. For those of you that are trying to keep up with everything going on, recruiting and everything, obviously Mike is as hardcore as it gets. So you may want to go back and check that out at your leisure when you get an opportunity, because that's the beauty of this world. It's all on demand. Although I wake up in the morning and then there's this guy, Steve Nolman. He's been following me on Twitter for a while, but I can always tell the people that aren't really paying attention and listening to the radio show actually every day, or even download segments, because, you know, the one thing that we do on this show, and Sean Stanley is, a Ginsu chef, right? He cuts it all up into different segments and different rants. So if I'm ranting about, you know, something that happened in the NFL, he's going to put it together. And if it's about the Dolphin defensive coordinator, or if it's about Tua, or if it's about Chubb, or whatever, or if it's about Miami Dolphin fans, you know, all these things get segmented into the audio. So that way you guys, you know, you just want to hear my opinion on what happened with the Heat last night. Well, boom, there you go. You know, my opinion on the state of the Panthers. There you go. Something on crypto. There you go. You know what I mean? And so this guy looks at me, he sends me, looks like there would be a big cap hit to cut B. Jones in off season. Is that accurate? And it's like, you know, it's just like, what? We're on every day, bro. We talk about this all the time. We've talked about this a 1,000 times. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, it's hilarious. So, you know, laziness is just something I don't really have a lot of tolerance for, you know, to be quite honest. So it's just one of those things where people don't listen, don't keep up, and then they want to go back to you to explain something for the 40th time over and over again. You're like, you know, man, it's all there for you, man. Just right there. Sean does it all for you. But anyway, so good morning, one and all. Hope you all are doing well out there. We'll take you till 9 here, and then we got Inside the Paint, Ira Winderman, Kurt Heelan, a nice hardcore hour of basketball last night. Disappointing, losing to the Bulls. You know what there sometimes people will say things, and look, the man just lost, so he's not going to be happy about it and all that. And I'm kind of paraphrasing. I was going to grab the soundbite, but it's just what for at this point? It's just like beating a dead horse. But Spo, I'm paraphrasing. He was kind of surprised on their defense yesterday. He almost made it. I forgot how he phrased it, but like, that's not usually us. And I'm like, yeah, it is. That's who you are. You suck on defense. What are you talking about? That kind of stuff. It's like some of you out there that don't really watch the games, and then you start saying stupid shit like, well, Chubb's opening it up for Wilkins and Phillips. No, he's not. Just go watch the film. He's not opening up a goddamn thing. You're just not watching the game, actually. That's all. So it's just, and I get it. He's just trying to be, he's not trying to trash his players. But then again, you'd be trashing your front office too at the same time, because you've committed to so many players that cannot play defense. And last night, there's no Lowry, there's no Butler, and you lose by 10 to the Bulls, 113-103. Bam had a good game. Can't complain. 27 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists. Tyler, 19 points, 7 assists and 2 steals. Oladipo played 34 minutes, played terrible, 4 of 13, 2 of 8, 14 points. Strus was terrible, shot 1 of 9, 1 of 7 from 3-point range, but just it's not a good team defensive. It's just the franchise has completely lost its way when it comes to defense, unfortunately. And I don't blame Spo. See, that's the thing. I can't ask Spo to make it's like Josh Boyer. It's beautiful. It's perfect. So Josh Boyer has 5 guys he can count on. So 6 other guys are kind of like liabilities. They're not really anchoring the defense. So is he supposed to all of a sudden, like, it's up to Chubb to become a player? Is he supposed to magically scheme him from the outside on an island where he's just supposed to beat the tackle and get to the quarterback, and he doesn't do it enough? Doesn't have enough hurries, enough hits as it is. Like with Phillips, you see it. Like it flashes. It doesn't. So is Boyer supposed? So am I supposed to ask Spo to make Duncan or Strus or Tyler or any of these guys really good defenders? It's not in them. It's not who they are. Is he supposed to make Bam Adebayo a shot blocker? Because apparently Bam Adebayo is not really a shot blocker. I mean, if it's who they are, what are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? And so when, Spo's kind of saying, oh, well, I'm kind of surprised at the way he played defense. I'm like, really? Really? You're surprised? I get it. That's what you got to say publicly. But, I mean, this does not resemble anything like Heat defense at all. It's a joke. Okay? And I get it. Listen, overall, the league, kind of like what's going on in the NFL, it's less defense nowadays. It's just survive almost. But wow, it is. I mean, you have very few people that can get stops on that team. There's no way you're going to make a playoff run with this team. It's really hard. I mean, we're 33 games, right? Yeah, and 32 games. I'm sorry, 16 and 16. 32 games into the season already. I mean, we're about to hit the halfway mark. I just don't see it. I don't see the characteristic, at least, that you need some defense, and you're terrible on defense. I just really that's to me what really stood out from the game yesterday was that comment, that whole situation, and it was just like I kind of laughed, really. I felt bad for Spo because again, I'm not blaming him. It's not his fault. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It's what you have. It's what you have to work with. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, whether it's Josh Boyer, Chubb is a disappointment right now. X is a shadow of what he is. Baker does a nice job. He gets some tackles, but it's not really a lot of game-changing stuff. You know what I'm saying? There's not really a lot of players outside of Sealer and Phillips and Kohu and Holland and who am I missing? One more, Wilkins. That's it. And Spo is in the same spot. He's got what he's got, and I can only ask him to do so much. So that's why I kind of got a kick out of that comment, and it reminded me of Josh Boyer at the same time. So it's just one of those things. By the way, after Inside the Paint, Matt Verderam will join us at 11. We'll have Omar Kelly also joining us at noon. So we got a couple guests for you. Obviously, Dolphins getting ready for the Packers on Christmas Day. We will be working on Christmas Day. So we will be on at 11 a.m. to get you ready for the pregame show. And yes, we're going to be back for the postgame show. Our dedication is second to none. So we will be here for you and give you the coverage that you want on the Miami Dolphins. Also, congratulations to the University of Miami as they defeat number 6 Virginia yesterday, 66-64. Jim Larinaga is just a hell of a coach. Even though this doesn't necessarily, today's college basketball doesn't really, get my attention much anymore because it's just gone like 8 levels down to what I, was used to. But still, congratulations to them because it is an even level playing field nowadays with very few stars. All right, we await Kurt Helin. Let's bring Ira Winderman aboard as we get ready. And Ira, I was talking about this because you were there. You were at the press conference.
Sure.
And I'm not sure if Spo is ready to become a comedian and get on the circuit. Maybe I can catch him at the Improv. But I'm paraphrasing, but he was kind of like surprised at his team's defense yesterday. And I'm sitting there laughing my ass off from home going, what are you talking about, dude? This is who you are. I'm sorry. You're not a good defensive club. That's who you are. And again, I don't blame Spo. He just doesn't have a lot of defensive-minded players, overall. So I get what he was doing, coach talk and all that. He's not going to just rip into his team. But I'm kind of paraphrasing. I think the comment I'm talking about. I was just like, this is, we're 32 games in. This is not a good defensive team. And I don't know how
they are a good defensive team.
Defense has been okay.
One of the best defensive teams in the NBA. They've moved top 10 in the NBA now. The offense is where they're a disaster at 29 or 30. And I also think, and Kurt and I are going to get a lot into this and get into
injuries. They don't have individual stoppers on this team, dude.
I see. And again, last night, they didn't have Jimmy Butler. They didn't have Caleb Martin. They didn't have Kyle Lowry. Those two players, Jimmy Butler and Caleb Martin, are among the 2 best defenders in the NBA.
That's all they have. That's all they have.
Yeah, Bam Adebayo is a perennial all-defensive candidate of the year. I disagree.
Blocking up shots. I mean, it just. Their
offense is terrible. Their defense has to be their calling card. They struggled early. They got to top 10. They're top 8 defense now. It might look that way because their offense is so off and they can't hit threes. The Miami Heat right now is one of the better defensive teams in the NBA. But here's the problem. They can't just be good. With this 3-point shooting and this offense, they have to be great. So when they're not great, it looks off because they can't put enough points on the board. The second half offensively was a disaster yesterday against Chicago. That's where the problems lay. This team needs to score more points. Big O, the times have changed.
But that's my point. These other guys, they're just not defensive players. And I can't blame Spo. When I'm watching this last night, it's like, And like you said, those two guys, that's not enough. You need a lot more. And we've been waiting for other guys, and maybe it's unrealistic to ever expect Tyler to become that guy. And, just watch Strus, you know what I mean? He can occasionally do something, but it's really not what you need from night in and night out. It's just you start to look at that roster all over the place, and there's a lot of defensive deficiencies, and Oladipo too, inconsistent, man. God,
yeah, you know what? Again, and I'll get into this with Kurt. Last night doesn't matter. Last night's an outlier. It's like the Clippers playing without Kawhi and Paul George. It's not your team. It's the Heat threw something out there. It is the disgrace of the NBA, which is where we will start today's RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show about all these absences. Because like I was talking to someone.
Aren't they always playing without Kawhi, by the way? Isn't that like the norm?
But I mean, this is Ira's point, though, I think is valid. It's not just Kawhi. Like every night, teams are resting guys.
It's a joke.
And it's become an issue. It hurts the product, man. Like if you're telling the fans the regular season isn't worth watching, well, guess what?
The players are telling you it isn't worth playing. And I think for all of expansion and everything else Adam Silver speaking about, we've got to get to the heart of this. And maybe 4 games a week is too much. We know it's too much. No one wants to see 4 games a week when 3 of the games are going to be shorthanded. This is ridiculous. When you went to an arena last night and 60% of your starters were out, that wasn't the Miami Heat. That was the semi-Skyforce or something. And that's the problem for the NBA. In the NFL, it's glaring when your quarterback is out, but usually with a week of recovery, you can get most of your team out there except for the violent injuries. This league it's every box score. Kurt and I can go through every box score from last night, and I can tell you player A and player B were missing from every single team.
Well, but you do have the answer. Maybe we move this team to the G League, then maybe their defense really will
might get relegated. The way it's going, they might get relegated, so we'll see. Yes.
Yeah, nobody plays defense in the G League. It's great. You can just do whatever you want.
They'll fit right in.
Man.
There you go. All right, one hardcore hour of NBA and Miami Heat talk coming your way right now with the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin.
And we're back for our weekly hit here, Inside the Paint, brought to you by RedRecover.com. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Helin out on the West Coast from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com. And I want to reset. I know we do a crosstalk with Big O, who is very angry this morning, but I want to reset for those who are listening on the podcast, might not have heard that. Kurt and I and Big O were talking about the Heat's awful loss last night, if you want to call it that. But we also got into the fact of how NBA players don't show up every night anymore. The outlier is the 82-game player. No one is expecting that. I'm dealing with it here with Jimmy Butler missing over a third of the season, approaching half of the season. Kyle Lowry missing time last night, 60% of the starting lineup out. Kurt out there in LA has dealt all season with the unknowing of whether Paul George will play for the Clippers. Kawhi Leonard wants to play for the Clippers. Now he's dealing with the Lakers and Anthony Davis out for an extended period. So just when you think they might be getting it going. And again, every week our show is also interactive. You can hit us on our chat board on YouTube. We will answer your questions. And this is where I want to start, actually, Kurt. I want to go right to the chat board. One of our good friends here, C. Dallas says Jimmy Butler just isn't playing enough basketball. He's off every other game, it seems like. Yup. Kurt, you've done this for a long, long time. You've written many stories of pro basketball talk about players being out, estimating when they'll be back. Can you recall a time when you go through the NBA box scores in the morning, you go, that's better, and then you click open and you go, oh, this guy was missing or that guy was missing. And I'll take it even a step further, Kurt. Have there been many box scores, any box scores this year, where you've clicked on it and seen, okay, that's the 5-man starting lineup. That's the next 3 guys in the rotation. That team was intact. What the hell is happening to the NBA where ticket prices are up, where concessions are up, where you're paying more than ever to go to a game and you're getting less of the product?
I think part of it is that this year has been unfortunate with some big name injuries, the Steph Curry thing, now Anthony Davis. There are big names missing for legitimate injuries. Well, I mean, we could discuss how often Anthony Davis is injured if you want. I'm not sure if we have time on the full hour of the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show to get into it, but you know what I mean. Like there are legitimate injuries, but this has become such a league of rest and recovery that so many guys are missing, and teams. We've talked. How many times have we talked this year when we get our last segment and we go through the future heat? You know, the games heat coming up this week, and we're like, all right, it's a back-to-back. They're going to pick which one to win. They're going to play Jimmy against X, and then whatever happens against Y happens, right? Like they do that. They're not alone. The other 29 teams kind of do that right now, and it's. Again, as we've talked about it, it's gotten, I don't want to say out of hand, but they've got to find a way to get, I think maybe out of hand. Like the product isn't good night to night. If this is a star-driven league, and if the best players or key starting players aren't there, what am I watching? What am I tuning in for?
You know, this is a country that recently almost had a railroad strike. And among the reason they almost had the railroad strike is railroad workers were not paid for time not worked, didn't get sick leave, couldn't get family leave. There were these stories about missing weddings, missing births, missing things like that because it's either show up to work or don't get paid, which was cruel. But in a nation founded by railroad magnates, that's where it started. Only now are we coming back to something closer to reality, not going in a political discourse here by any means. But the American ethos has always been you show up to work to get paid. Now, I can understand sports are different, that we're trying to sell the best of everything, and if you can't get there. And yet the greatest sports stories, whether it's Michael Jordan on the floor in the locker room after the flu game or whatever that was, giving every last breath. Jimmy Butler leaning over that stanchion in the bubble in Orlando during the NBA Finals when he had nothing more to give. Those are the inspiring moments of sports. Those are the Ira Wyndham and a Kurt Helin go to work with the flu because we have no choice, because we have almost so much time off. We are in a production-based business. For me, where my story. For Kurt, where are your 30 stories? It's just what we do. It's the demands. You know what? I don't want to say I think it's insulting, but how many times do we watch NFL games on Sunday where you see the defensive lineman playing with a club because his hand is broken? And it's so wrapped up, and they joke, I hope there's no fumble or interception because he can't grab that. A league where a guy blew off part of his hand with a firecracker on July 4th several years back and came back to become an effective NFL defensive lineman. And when we see what we saw last night for the Heat, okay, Caleb Martin had a brutal ankle turn the other day in Houston. He was hobbling off. He, to me, looked like a football player after that game. He deserved the time. Jimmy Butler joked about eating crickets in Mexico City and now has a gastrointestinal illness. Say what you want, put A and B together if you want or not. Although I did feel for all the players talking about the street food and everything they enjoyed in Mexico City, you're in the middle of the season. You talk about your body's a temple. Kurt, it's different for you and me if we go there and get out of some truck or whatever. But for a player, it's different. And then the Kyle Lowry injury management almost, because at 36 years old, you can only do so much. Am I being naive and Pollyannish? And should every NBA fan say going forward, it's an 82-game schedule. I should not expect Jimmy Butler or most star players to play more than 60 games. As long as this league is going to have a minimum of at least 13 or 14 back-to-backs, I can see it on the schedule. It's caveat emptor. If I buy a ticket where the Heat are playing on the second night of a back-to-back, or is it just flat out screwing and cheating the fans?
I think as fans, by the way, you kind of have to do that now. And it's always been that way like the last month of the season, right? Like
right.
When
I agree with that.
The big free era in LeBron, like LeBron and Wade always got it, especially as he got later into his career, got nights off. And I don't think we as fans really have issue with that. I mean, hey, right now, I mean, speaking of those guys, I mean, LeBron turns 38 next week.
Right.
Like, give the guy some nights off, except the Lakers can't because they have no margin for error.
Right.
They roll out a JV team if he's not there. But there is so much of this, so much of resting and just letting guys recover. And again, I get a little of it. I get the sports science of it. I get the, hey, we're preventing injuries if you do it once in a while. But it's gotten so out of hand where, I mean, the Warriors rested how many guys at the end of road trips and just sat every time.
We've seen teams do that. They have to be honest. They have to put it on the injury report. They're giving you 24 hours in advance. I don't know many people, Kurt, the typical fan who only buys a ticket 24 hours in advance.
Yeah.
An NBA game is an event. An NBA game is an, oh boy, I want to go see X, Y, and Z.
Right.
No one has a schedule where they're going to wait in traffic for an hour or two, if it's LA, to get to a game, struggle to find parking, and do it on a last-minute impulse buy. I could see teams that are located in urban centers like New York. You might say, hey, I'm going to walk over to the Garden, scalp a ticket, buy a ticket or something last minute. But for most people, these games are a big deal. This is my one chance. And I don't want to belabor this because I know people want to talk about the Heat sucking after last night and all that. But I want to give everyone out there one example. My workspace is between the first and second deck at what was called FTX Arena, and I'm right at the last seat there before the fans go down the stands. It's about, the game started last night at 7:30. At about 6:50, cutest kid comes over, 10, 11 years old, wearing his Jimmy Butler Heat mishmash jersey there. And he goes, excuse me. And I'm like, I can't answer this. And I go, yeah. He goes, do you have the lineups yet? And I showed him the monitor. Kurt, you know, the monitor shows when the lineups come up before the game. He goes, do you know who's starting? And I said, I really won't know until about 7 or so, but I can tell you Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry, and Caleb Martin aren't playing. And Kurt, the look on that kid's face, I felt shattered, like to tell a kid who's wearing a Jimmy Butler jersey, this might have been his one game of the year. Christmas week is starting. His parents agreed he could stay up late. He could come to the game, and his star's not playing. And I'm like, oh, but Bam's playing and Tyler's playing. And I try to encourage him a little bit. But to me, that's the shame of this league, is you have situations like that where people want to see their idols. I think they need to shorten the schedule. I don't want to belabor this. I know I got a lot here on the chat board about people who want to get into the Heat and everything else. We will get there. But I just wanted to open with this because Big O had talked about how atrocious the Heat were last night. And what I'm saying is when the Heat play with that Jimmy Butler, with that Kyle Lowry, with that Caleb Martin, they're not the Heat. They're just a team cobbling together a rotation, starting Victor Oladipo for the first time in the regular season since last season's finale, only the second time in the entire Heat tenure when including the playoffs. And so I can't make a judgment on the Heat based off last night. That said, Kurt, let's get into it and make a judgment on the Heat based off of last night.
This is the problem. Is this isn't a team that has that margin for error, right? Like, hey, if Boston or Milwaukee want to give their stars a night off, whatever, man, they're running away with it. I think you could even do that a little with the Cavs, and there are other teams. If you're where the Heat are right now, you don't have games to throw away. You don't have games.
I wouldn't have thought.
You wouldn't think, like, you just don't have, like, yes, the East is a little packed together, and it's been pretty tight after those.
And we'll get into that.
You can't. You can't. You've got to just string together some wins. You've got to get some guys out there. And by the way, did you tell that kid about Santa too? Did you like completely ruin his night, or did you
throw everything in there? Right. I said no Santa, no Hanukkah Harry, and just left it that way. But I'm telling you, Kurt, you know, when you have kids, you know the disappointment of the moment. They're not programmed to understand, but things will get better. And I just felt terrible going into that. So let me ask you this. You've dealt with a bunch of coaches. You've dealt with load management coaches. Phil Jackson obviously did that with his older Laker teams, and I get all of that.
God, yeah.
Should coaches and front offices be this forgiving, or is it just the way it is? In other words, Jimmy Butler makes about $400,000 a game. He joked about eating crickets, which he did in Mexico. He tried the local cuisine. He had 2 days off. He shows up at shoot around. I've heard a story. This might just be a folklore, that he literally had to stop at a gas station on US 1 after shoot around because his moment was that desperate. But I also know there's Imodium and other things that get all of us to work when we have to be there. I know Kyle Lowry is 36 years old, and at one point this season was number 1 or number 2 in minutes played through the first quarter of the season. I get that also. But this is a Pat Riley team. This is an Eric Spoelstra team. This is an every game matters type of team. Yeah. Is there a certain point where you go, get your butt out there, or because the Heat had 2 days off before the game, now have 2 days off after the game, do you look at it as, wow, it's late December, I can get these guys 5 straight days off by not playing them in this one game? Do you think, does this really sell with Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley, or do they just have to show, hey, we're with the times, it's 2022?
I think there's a little of that. I think that they kind of have to accept that that's, and we've talked about this how many times. It's not that Jimmy Butler doesn't talk to the Miami Heat medical and training staff, but he's also got his own staff, right? That is who he is hearing. That is who he is listening to. And he's obviously not alone. Virtually all these guys, even through their agents, have some sort of second opinion going on. So I think you have to go along with it. And you can make the argument, by the way, you do this, and by the way, not on Christmas Eve. Like, there's more days off coming up, and you can try to string this together. That only works if you come back, by the way. We've been talking about Miami has to string together some wins. Just flat out needs to string together a whole bunch of wins in a conference where, again, they don't have much margin for error. They don't have enough depth. You wrote about it last night. Your story out of the game was Max Strus was 1 for 9. Duncan Robinson
Max
was
Strus
4 for whatever.
Has fallen off a cliff. Duncan Robinson makes 2 in a row. We're like, oh, Duncan's back because we have nothing else to grasp and hold on to that. Kurt, there was a thought last season. Some of the national writers, you might have mentioned this also at Pro Basketball Talk at NBCSports.com, that the postseason awards should go to players who play X amount of games. And maybe that will shake up players that if you miss, let's say, 82-game season, if you miss more than a quarter of the schedule, you're eliminated. But again,
no, go ahead. I was going to say I have a vote. We'll see if the league honors me with a vote again this year. I've had it the last 4 years. I draw on the line, except it varies a little, but I've usually tried to draw the line at around 70, saying if you don't play 70 games, can you be in the MVP conversation? How valuable are you to your team? But I feel like that number I have to adjust it down. Outside of Jokic,
right?
Nobody plays every game anymore.
Nobody.
And by the way, that's part of the reason he's got 2 in a row. He shows up every night.
Yeah, and Giannis mostly shows up also and meets the quota. But again, here's part 2. And again, I'm not trying to be as negative, although after last night's Heat game is fine. Do the players even care about awards? In other words, if you tell Jimmy Butler, Jimmy, you've already missed too many games, you can't be on one of the 3 all-NBA teams. Jimmy, you missed too many games, you can't be on an all-defensive team. Does that even matter? And again, I don't want to sound too jaded. We both work in NBA locker rooms. We talk to guys. There is an immense amount of pride from some players. There are players who absolutely, when the awards come out, especially those still in the playoffs, and they didn't finish at a certain point in the voting, they're shaking their heads and they're letting us know what they think about it. But would that be enough of a deterrent? Jimmy, you no longer can be all NBA if you're going to take off this much time. Same thing to you, Kawhi. Same thing to you, AD.
I just don't think that's the primary motivation. I don't want to say it's not a motivation or it might not get Jimmy to play a couple of games here and there at the end of the season, but I don't think, especially for the guys you mentioned, Butler, Davis is injured. We're not going to see him for, I'll just say, I know the Lakers were saying a month. I was told by a source that's the low end of the trajectory. But I don't think it matters as much as everything else. And if you've got an established legacy, if you're Kyle Lowry, your legacy is kind of established. it may feel different for Tyler Hero than it does for them. Like that kind of external validation matters. Do you think it would matter more to Hero than it would to Butler, Ira?
Yes, at his age, when he's still trying to get validated, absolutely. If Tyler Hero couldn't have won Six-Man Award last year, if he didn't play X amount of games, it would have meant more to him.
Yeah.
Same thing this year when it comes to any kind of voting. Same thing with Bam Adebayo, Defensive Player of the Year. If I told Bam, hey, Bam, you have to play at least 70 games to be considered for Defensive Player of the Year. You've already missed 4. He would count those days. He would even go out and just get in the box score and play cursory minutes. We've seen guys with consecutive games play streaks. Of course, AC Green comes to mind. We've seen guys who have to play X amount of games to get bonuses. And when it comes to that, they very much can be like that. So, yeah, I think that can be a factor there also. So my thought is now we've put the Heat where last night it seemed honestly like they kicked a game against the Chicago Bulls of all teams to the curb. What I want to get into with you next after this break on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show is the East getting away from the Miami Heat, including one thing I never thought I would be saying in December 2022. Can the Miami Heat catch the New York Knicks? That and more after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zins Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zins Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. If you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
Well, I left last segment, I think, with the ultimate teaser here on redrecover.com Inside the Paint, sort of our who's hot and who's not segment. And the reason I brought it up, and again, I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com. Kurt, when you look at the NBA season, the Heat, the NBA standings rather, the Heat to a degree have made their move. They were languishing in 12th and 11th most of the year. They had the 4-game winning streak. They are one of 8 teams now in the Eastern Conference who are at 500 or above. They are half a game out of their divisional lead because the Hawks aren't very good either. When would you say, and I'm asking you this also from a Clippers perspective and Lakers perspective out there where you are in Los Angeles, when do you look at the standings and get concerned? Or does this go back, if you haven't heard our first segment, you can catch it on the Big O's podcast when we spoke about players sitting out and seemingly not caring at this point of the season. Do the standings matter, Kurt Helin, right now? And do you think, honestly, veteran leading men like Jimmy Butler, Kawhi Leonard, Anthony Davis, Paul George are looking at the standings less than the midpoint, which is about mid to late January?
Actually, I've always thought Christmas was kind of like, if you look traditionally at where the standings are at Christmas, it's pretty solid. Teams move up and down within that top 8, the top 8.
Right.
And it's kind of 10 now, obviously with the play-in, it's a little different. But there's usually some team will fall out, sometimes due to injury or just, they're playing over their heads, and teams will move up a little bit. And
right.
Boston got hot last year, et cetera.
Absolutely.
But that tends to be the exception, right? Like by this point, teams kind of are who they are. And the Heat have, I know Big O's been pretty much saying that this team, the Heat team is who it is right now. And you look at that group above them and you can say they're only 2.5 games now out behind and out of the top 6 and a solid spot. And that's certainly catchable on paper, but they're not catching. Look, I don't think they catch 5 of them. So who's coming back to you? I mean, I don't think you're catching Philly. I don't think you're catching Brooklyn. I don't think you're catching Milwaukee. I don't think you're catching Boston. I don't think you're catching Cleveland.
Well, you've just ruined most of the segment, but we're going to get into it anyway. But my problem is this. The NBA comes at you and comes at you hard and comes at you fast, and you have to be good enough. So, yes, the Heat took advantage. We spoke about it on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint last week when I was in Oklahoma City. They had a soft road trip, Indiana, Oklahoma City, Houston, San Antonio, Mexico City. 4-0, they took care of it. They come home and they get a Chicago Bulls team that are literally fighting with each other, that have lost 7 of 9, that just allowed 150 points, that should be better, and they beat the Heat, and you take that step back. The next 2, Indiana at home on Friday, I would say must win, but I don't know if the Heat have the must-win mentality right now, so I'm not going to. Then you play Minnesota on, I believe it's Monday here, day after Christmas. Gobert should be back. Not sure about Karl Anthony Towns, but certainly Minnesota can be very good. They're sort of like the Heat. They can be very good or they can be very not good. The problem is after that, Kurt Helin, the Heat go on a 4-game Western trip. They open in Denver. Nuggets are pretty good at altitude. They get the Utah Jazz on the second night of a back-to-back, and I'm sure there's not any less of a give-a-crap game, and we'll get into this next week. Kurt, listen to the scheduling. The Utah Jazz on the second night of a back-to-back on Christmas Eve, when you know your team flight is leaving right after that game for 4 straight days in LA. The motivation could be interesting that night. Then you have games against the Clippers and Lakers at Staples before you play the Suns. That is not an easy road trip. That is the kind of road trip you look at and you say, we better load up on victories ahead of time. And that's why kicking a game to the curb like last night against Chicago, I think hurts this team so much. And a loss coming up against Indiana or Minnesota will do the same thing. Is there enough desperation from the Heat, or is that just saps like you and me in the media and all those poor schlub fans who actually expect a give a crap 82 times a year?
Yeah, I actually think we're spot on here. You and me and the fans, there has to be more urgency. Darvin Ham had a whole thing about this week where it's like, there aren't really the same kind of nights off in the NBA. You used to be able to look and look, the Heat took care of business on this road trip against lesser opponents. And the Spurs struggle a little, although they have beaten the Heat this year. But man, if you take the night off against Houston, Jaylen Brown, Caleb Martin, the other Martin can put up a lot of Kevin Martin can put up a lot of points. The Wizards finally won last night. They looked horrible when I saw them. Still got Bradley Beal and Kristaps Porzingis. Like, they are capable of having.
Yes.
The bad teams in the league right now are still managed well enough.
Okay.
Don't get to coast. If you think, man, we can just roll it out there and get a win tonight, those nights are really rare in the NBA.
And I want to give you an exception. So we're watching the Heat play Mexico City against the Spurs on Saturday. About 2:58 left in the game, the Heat go up 11. We both know, because Kurt, you've written a lot of stories about this year. I've noticed it, noted in my Sunday columns. There have been a crap ton of comebacks from huge numbers this year because of the three-point shot, really in recent years. About 2:58 to go, Heat go up 11. All of a sudden, Charles Bassey's at the scoring table in Mexico City checking in for the Spurs. All of a sudden, Pop is pulling his starters in an 11-point game with almost 3 minutes to go. Even Eric Reed and John Crotty in the Heat broadcast, who obviously welcomed the win, were like, yeah, it's kind of early here. And I thought that was a case where Greg Popovich is weighing the future, Wembanyama, against the moment. He gave the people of Mexico a good show. His guys competed for the first 45 minutes or so, and then he took the L. Those teams are few and far between this season. Even the Magic have played to win lately. They've been very good lately. So we're seeing most teams playing to win. Chicago last night, they were in the crapper. They had to win, so I don't care what their record was. It was an important game to them. We're still at the part of the season where I think games mean enough to teams that they're not going to go full on lottery. Okay, second half, we're done. Here's our G League players. We're going to throw it out there. I think that's what the Heat's facing. And that's why I think there's an arrogance of the Heat to think we could go in without Butler. We can go in without Lowry. We can go in without Martin. We can go in without Vincent with their roster that's not so great to begin with and win games like that. Anyway, I digress. I know people want to get into standings. They want to get into trades. So I want to look at the standings. I found this to be fun last week. I apologize, chat board people. We'll get back to you in a moment. Let's look at the very top because there's a mostly defined separation, and I think in terms of pedigree, even more than that. There were two teams in the Eastern Conference that are more than 10 games above 500. The Celtics at 22-9, the Bucks at 22-8. They're going back and forth between them. Are they almost, in this early date in the season, sort of our number one and number two teams in the Eastern Conference, basically the rest of the way, Kurt Helin?
I think so. And by the way, I wouldn't even put it right now. They're the two best in the NBA. There's nobody in the West playing at their level.
Good point. Yeah. So, but my question there is there anything that those teams have shown you that makes you think, hey, you know what? There still might be that 4 or 5 game losing streak. Everyone goes through it. And Kurt, the reason I say no is this. Both teams are getting stronger. Robert Williams is back and he's really good. And even without Horford not playing, the Celtics, I can make an argument, are better. I know what they did against Orlando, but overall, I believe the Joe Ingles signing by the Bucks was one of the most underrated signings of free agency. He's just a good player. All those years in Utah and what he did for the Jazz, I think he will add important depth to the Milwaukee Bucks. So I agree. I think those teams are still ascending, and I don't see much there descending. Do you agree also with Robert Williams and Joe Ingles coming back respectively for the Celtics and Bucks that they might even be better than we're seeing right now?
Yeah, and the Bucks are still getting used to having, I mean, they haven't, Pat Connaughton missed a ton of time. They're just getting Middleton back. But I think the Celtics in particular, I mean, when they gave Robert Williams the starting job and really leaned into him last year is when they took off. And he's still a tad rusty. And they got to get Horford back and talk about a guy who's going to get his rest down the stretch. But yeah, no, I think those two teams are I don't think they've played near their best basketball yet.
And that's scary because then again, you're saying to yourself, if you think or pretend you're a contender, you're not even getting home court in the conference semifinals, let alone the conference finals. I think it's a little daunting. We go to 3 and 4. You have the Nets who were absolutely surging, 9-1 of the last 10. You have the Cavaliers that some thought, hey, they're going to come around. They are what they are. They're 7-3. Donovan Mitchell is the reigning Eastern Conference Player of the Week this week. You have both those teams playing well. Kurt Helin, are the Cavaliers and Nets for real to the degree that you either would not be surprised or even expect them to have home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs?
I expect that with the Cavaliers. Weirdly, I trust them more.
Interesting.
It's been nice about the Nets the last 3 weeks.
Besides no drama, or is that where you?
That's it. I mean, we got to talk about basketball. Like just nothing off social media. Nobody's just going AWOL for a couple of weeks. They did it against a soft part of the schedule. I think things get more interesting. I know they got the Bucks and the Cavaliers coming up just after Christmas. So we'll see where they really stand. And I've got questions about their roster under pressure. But I also think they're a top 6 team. They've got Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, man. They're going to be top 6 team.
What I thought they were, what I argued with Orlando Alzagari about last season. I just think when you have Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, at the top of their game in a league where only 5 players play at a time and they're healthy, can give you big minutes, yeah, you can win in this league by outscoring someone. We had this debate with Big O on our crosstalk coming in about the Heat's defense or whether it's good enough. This is a scoring league. This is a league where Cleveland will win because Donovan Mitchell will have 40-point games, and that'll get it done, even though they do have that defensive component there in Jared Allen. So, yeah, I'm concerned that both to the degree. Matter of fact, I'm going to put you on the spot. And again, folks, you can see his Twitter handle. You can email him. Probably if you look up if they still have white pages, his address and go to his house and his lovely Christmas tree. Kurt Helin, is there any way the Miami Heat finish ahead of either Cleveland or Brooklyn this season in the regular season?
Slim chance. There's just too much ground to make up, and I don't think either of them are coming back to earth. The Nets, there's always there's always an implosion possibility with them. Like, doesn't it feel like there's a shoe waiting to drop sometimes with them? So yeah, I don't totally do it, but I still think they finished top 6. Like I said,
yeah, I think the Nets undid the shoe with Steve Nash, and I think what they did is they capitulated to Kevin Durant. We heard the stories he wanted Steve Nash out in the offseason. They tried to take the hard line and say, no, we're not going to let the inmates, quote unquote, run the asylum. But I think because Kevin Durant got what he wanted and further solidified his power, it made the Nets better. I think they took the opposite tact with Kyrie Irving. And they said, we're not putting up with your crap. You will apologize for your statements. You will show up to work every day, or you're going to go to free agency and not get nearly the money you thought you were going to get, or you can resurrect your career. So 2 opposite approaches. And I think that's the payoff for the Nets right now, is they have the full, complete, and undivided attention of those 2 players. And when you have that for those 2 players, yeah, I think you're close to a super team, because I think with Claxton, maybe if Joe Harris comes around a little, they can make a little more with their depth. And I also think they can add players at the buyout deadline, just like recent seasons, whether it was Marcus Aldridge going there, whether it was Goran Dragic last year. I still think there'll be 2 or 3 who are saying, hey, the Nets are fun. Brooklyn's a cool place to live. I could live in the city, and we have a chance for a deep run. I think the Nets will get stronger as a team. I think that's going to be interesting. Okay. So right now, we've already knocked the Heat out of home court in the first round of the playoffs. It's almost like it was 2 years ago. We go to 5 and 6, 2 teams in different situations, both 4.5 games out of first place in the Eastern Conference. Kurt, do you think the Sixers have figured it out? Or do you think for the Sixers, for all we've seen, and we still have Tyrese Maxey dealing with an injury, we have James Harden working his way back, have the Sixers found it as simple as this? Give the goddamn ball to Joel Embiid and get the hell out of the way.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, we have the 2-time maybe he should have an MVP. He's certainly been number 2. He's been so good. And they're doing everything to get this team around him. At the end of the day, he's still averaging 33 points a game, Ira. Like, he is phenomenal. And the Heat with Bam might be the exception to the rule. The Nets are a problem. How many teams have a guy who can match up with him? I mean, honestly, it's a handful of teams.
I would say Boston with Horford and especially Robert Williams, at least a chance. I would say the Bucks, just because of their size, with Giannis and Brook Lopez, who's an underrated, well, not anymore, defender. I think he's another one there. And I think Jared Allen, although he'll get in foul trouble, at least gives you the height that you can look Joel Embiid eye to eye. So I think that matters. Before we get to the end of this segment, I want to touch on a couple more. I know we have a lot of Knicks fans out there based on what I'm seeing on the chat board. The Knicks are absolutely red hot right now. They're up to 18-13. You can talk about their schedule, say what you want. I have seen this before. And what was the phrase they used last year? Was it Bing Bang or Bing Bong? What was it or whatever? With the Knicks, when they were red hot, they were using that. There's always a point in the season where the Knicks have the run. Nick fan won't shut the hell up. We used to, now he's retired, but get a nonstop series of Mark Berman stories in the New York Post about why this is for real this time, and they've got it going. Kurt Helin, when I'm looking at the Miami Heat and seeing the uphill battle, and like we said, we know the Heat aren't catching the Bucks and the Celtics. We're pretty sure the Heat might not catch the Nets and the Cavaliers. We think there's a good chance they won't catch Joel Embiid. Should the Knicks be in that group also? Should the Heat be sitting there at 601 Biscayne going, that's another team we've got to find a way to beat. Or is this just the typical, the Knicks give you a moment and then they turn back to the Knicks?
That's the team they can beat. That's the team. And by the way, they're playing good defense. I don't want to take anything away from the Knicks, who have played really good defense lately. Jalen Brunson has been worth every penny they paid him just as a floor general and organizer. Tom Thibodeau finally leaned into Quentin Grimes. He was untradeable this summer, and then they wouldn't play him. But finally, leaning into some of these guys, they're playing so much better. And that said, that's a team the Heat's better than. Like, when everybody's there with Bam, with Jimmy Butler, with Tyler Hero, with everything they do as a culture, that's the team they should be in front of.
Right. And I want to wrap up this segment with this. I've always done this. I've always said, what's the minimum it takes you? We know the minimum it takes right now to get to the play-in is there have to be at least 5 teams below you. I think the Pistons, the Hornets, the Magic, and the Wizards are locked into that. I think we've seen the dysfunction with the Bulls. We've seen the Raptors, who have spoken about blowing it up anyway. We've seen the Pacers, who was in second place like a month ago. Now they're in 9th place. So I think there's enough places for the Heat to at least fall in to a landing spot of home court in the play-in round. Not that that's the goal, but Curtis, as we've just spoken about, if we believe the Bucks and the Celtics and the Cavaliers and the Nets and the Sixers are for real, there's only one playoff spot left. And that means the Heat would have to jump both the Hawks and the New York Knicks. And that's why I think it gets serious, which is why on RedRecover.com, Inside the Paint Show, after this break, I want to talk about how December 15th came and went with most offseason free agents being trade eligible, no deals. January 15th is coming when every player signed in the offseason, unless they have a no trade clause, becomes trade eligible. Before that, we have 10-day contracts starting January 8th, contracts becoming guaranteed for the season January 10th. So after this break on RedRecover.com, Inside the Paint, we'll talk about personal moves the Heat might be able to make or why they can't, and we'll look at the schedule ahead. That's right after this brief break on RedRecover.com, Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
Great, you got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed. No. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. At Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-NATE.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin.
And we're back for our third and final segment on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. He's Kurt Helin from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. If you've missed either of the first two segments, and they were fantastic, you can go anywhere where podcasts are available, find The Big O Show, and smash like buttons anywhere. If you don't have a computer, just smash things in your house. But let's bring the traffic up here for The Big O Show. Usually in the last segment, we talk about the upcoming schedule, but I've been remiss because the chat board is loaded wanting to know what the Heat are going to do. Every year, people like Kurt and I, who have this sort of NBA schedule of the key dates of the year, will point to when the trade market could explode. We all do it. Bobby Marks did it at ESPN. December 15th is the first day most players signed. It's free agency in the offseason can be traded. So we throw that out to people. We give the list of names. We say, here's everyone. The floodgates are about to open. And it gets us good traffic also, so that's fine.
Yes.
December 15th came and went, and there were no trades because December 15th comes and goes every year, and there are no trades. Kurt, do you see this as a trade season? We're not going to get there till I think it's February 9th is the NBA trading deadline, so we have time. We also have a season where there's the Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes, where teams maybe don't want to get too much better. And it's also the era of the NBA play-in, where 20 of the 30 teams will play in some sort of playoff game. But we've also seen teams that are desperate even at this early stage of the season. The Lakers need more. I don't know what they can give to get more, but they need more. The Heat need more. Big O mentioned that on our crosstalk. Do you see the floodgates eventually opening at some point, or is this going to be the slow grind until we get to the February trading deadline?
Well, I think it's a slow grind, and I think that right now there's just not a lot of sellers on the market, and that's when you talk to – look, I've talked to people out here because the Lakers – like you said, the Lakers are buyers. I don't know what the heck they're going to buy, but they're going to buy something. I don't know what the used car is, but they're going to get sold something, Ira.
It's a tire somewhere, sure.
But there's because of the play-in, I think it is even more so. Yeah, man, if you're, I don't know, everybody talks about the out east. It's the Bulls are the Bulls going to load up? Are they going to trade Vucevic and maybe Alex Caruso and guys who have a lot of teams?
Yeah.
DeRozan, right. And Toronto, and what are they going to do? Because Masai Ujiri is the kind of guy who won't tolerate this middle of the road stuff. Even they are like, well, let's see what happens in a month. Let's see where we are mid-January. We're gonna test the market. They'll talk to teams. They'll talk to the Heat and discuss parameters and what they might want and what teams want to get. But right now, everybody wants full retail. First off, there's no discounts. The prices are high, and B, everybody's kind of all right. In a month, in mid-January, like you said, you get to that halfway point in the season, then we have to make a call.
And I think, Kurt, that's a really good point for this reason. You can give your fans half a good season. You can play it out in Chicago and saying, we tried for the first half. You can do it in Toronto. We gave you a good first half. And to me, the prime example of that is the Utah Jazz. No one expected them to win the way they won. It has been a really fun first half of the season. They have sort of thrown chicken feathers together and made chicken soup somehow. And if Danny Ainge all of a sudden says, okay, now we're going to make our moves. We're going to move Jordan Clarkson. We're going to move Kelly Olynyk, maybe even move Larry Markkinen and just get to the point we wanted to anyway. Midseason also gives you ample time to lose, as well as ample time to come back in the playoff race and win. And I think that's what we're seeing. Players who signed larger contracts under bird rights to return can't be traded until January 15th. So there's another day still in play here. For the Heat, that's a Victor Oladipo day. That's a Dwayne Dedmon day. And those are significant because Dedmon makes decent money. Even Vic does. You throw that in there, you aggregate Duncan Robinson into something more. So I want to look at the Heat contracts that became and become trade eligible December 15th, January 15th, and see if there really is any possibilities. The December 15th trade eligible one was Udonis Haslem.
No.
I don't want to say he's the Heat mascot, but that's, I think, how he's looked around the league. I mean, that would have been like someone trading for Nick Collison when he was playing it out with the Oklahoma City Thunder. He's sort of your guy. That's not a factor. I don't even think the Heat would ever throw UD into a trade if they needed to balance it with an extra million or two. I think that's just unfathomable. So I'm going to take him out. The other player who became trade eligible is a starter also is Caleb Martin. And I've contended on this show on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show for weeks. 3 years at $20 million. That's a hell of a deal for a player who's 27. I think you'd agree with that, right?
Exactly. I'm not giving that up unless I'm getting something, I have to get some amazing return.
And I don't think they will. Then we get to Victor Oladipo. He started his first regular season game since the regular season finale last night, when the Heat were without 3 starters. I think it was like 4 of 12 from the field. His offense has been off. His defense has been very good. A lot of deflections, a lot of steals. Kurt Helin, is there enough time, say the Heat gets Gabe Vincent back from his knee issues and they have a loaded backcourt? Is there enough time between now and January 15th or even the NBA February trading deadline to build value for Victor Oladipo? Or honestly, Kurt Helin, you live all the way out there in LA. No one's going to come knock on your door. Have the injuries made it so that Victor Oladipo is just too much of a risk for someone to really look at and say, hey, that might be a good guy for us?
No, I think there's enough time for a rental. If you're a contender who needs more depth or a playoff team, we need some depth. We need some depth on the wing. We need to bring it. If he plays well for a month, you can talk yourself into it, right? And I think that there's a lot of that. Would be a lot of, he's looked really good for a month. If we can just keep him healthy in Phoenix, name your city.
That's where I was going. Victor Oladipo for Jay Crowder, who says, I hate this phrase. You see it all the time.
Who says no?
Who says no? But Victor Oladipo for Jay Crowder. Could the Heat get enough interest for Vic that the Suns go, you know what? Cam Johnson's been injured.
Yeah.
Devin Booker's missed some time. Chris Paul is getting old. That might help us. Is there enough there? Or does a team like Phoenix say, yeah, or we can get Eric Gordon, who's actually healthy?
Yeah, well, there's the Eric Gordon problem. There's always competition on the market, but if Oladipo plays enough and has a good month, and you might have to sweeten that with a second-round pick or something. Yeah, no, I think that, again, if he has a good month, teams will talk themselves into it because it's not a long-term. You're not buying 5 years of Oladipo, right? Like, it's a relatively short-term thing, and you can talk yourself.
And Crowder's an expiring contract also, so it's not like you're giving up a long-term asset. You're doing something like that. It's going to be interesting because when the Heat get healthy, they're going to have a decision to make. I wrote about this in the Sun Sentinel the other day, whether to play Gabe Vincent, who was very good in the playoffs and more of a two-way player maybe now than Victor Oladipo, and what they do there. But Gabe is still out, so Vic has this runway for him that I think is good. The other name is Dwayne Dedmon, which is more of a contract. It's $5 million. You aggregate with someone else. I know how the money works. Andy Ellisberg knows how the money works. There's a reason you sign guys at different price points so you can make trades. I mean, in the old days, you used to bring back guys who, like Sean Bradley, wasn't even playing, and you give him millions of dollars just to balance and trade him. The league got rid of that loophole. Dwayne Dedmon as a player, does he have a value around the NBA?
Not much, I don't think. Again, unless he plays a lot. Because he hasn't played enough. Maybe there's a front office to do that, but he's your third big at best somewhere. So yeah, he's more. With all due respect to Dwayne out there, he's a salary at this point. Duncan Robinson's a little bit of that too, but at this point, you're more a salary in terms of trade talk than a player bringing value.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Duncan Robinson, because when you have a player with 3 more years guaranteed on his contract, that even if you're looking for a shooter in the moment, we're also all looking long-term as well. So when you look at a Duncan Robinson, is he tradable with that many years left on his deal? Is there enough value there to get something out of that?
I think he's got to be aggregated with a pick or another player or something. Right now, unless he gets hot, we suddenly see peak Duncan Robinson again. And I think we all know even peak Duncan Robinson had flaws in his game. Like he's not the best two-way player on the Heat.
Very tactfully said for those who looked up Kurt's address. Yes, and I'd agree with that. But would you give him minutes now with Max Strus so struggling?
I have to.
That maybe if you're playing Max off the bench, you say, let's try those Duncan minutes instead.
I think, isn't Eric Spoelstra at the let's just throw it against the wall and see what sticks point in the season? Like, you've just got to start trying guys, don't you?
I think Eric is, but I think the Heat had enough faith in Max that they wanted to create something out of him. We were talking last night in the hallway leading to the the locker room before it opened before the game. Could Max Strus still be a carrot in a trade with someone else? Because he's had a good run. He had a good playoff run.
Yeah.
That maybe you take a team like Chicago and saying, hey, we can use Vucevic as a stretch 5 to better fit with our team. So we'll give you Max Strus, maybe a pick in something else. You get a Chicago-based player. We go in that direction. Does Max Strus have value?
I think so. I think he had enough. I think he played not a ton, but I think he played well enough last year that somebody would take back his salary and him in a deal and say, hey, let's see what happens. Because what he did last year was impressive. And if you think you can get him back close to that level, that's real value.
Yeah, I would agree. Kyle Lowry is going to be an expiring contract next season. Mm-hmm. Kyle Lowry was brought here because Jimmy Butler wanted Kyle Lowry here. When Jimmy Butler is not happy, it's a problem, because when Jimmy Butler is happy, he's still missing games right now. Could you see any move with Kyle Lowry by the deadline? And I'm going to give you a name and a team. A desperate team, I think, might. A desperate team, I believe, is called the Los Angeles Lakers. If the Lakers were to move off Russ's contract in one of those big deals we've seen where they send him out and they bring in some other players, could Kyle Lowry still, for a pretender or a contender, have value? Or do you think at 36 teams are going to look at it as like his best years are behind him?
Is he expiring? I'm trying to remember now.
One more year at about $40 million next season. Yeah.
See, I don't think the Lakers would take that on. I think if they're dumping Westbrook, they either want to become
space team.
They want to contend. They want to get Vucevic and DeRozan type of deal.
Right.
But they don't want to take on money next year. They've got cap space next year, and the belief that certain unhappy stars in major markets in the East Coast might take less to play for them, whether that's true or not.
Right. That's the fantasy there, and I get that. That's the whole La La Land kind of deal. One other name.
Who knows?
Not trade eligible now, but people saying, hey, maybe the Heat offered that extension because they wanted to have it available to do a Bradley Beal type of deal in the offseason. Tyler Hero basically will become trade eligible after the season on July 1. Had poison pill in his contract, got that 4-year, $130 million extension, $120 guaranteed. Or has Tyler made himself a franchise player? In other words, Kurt Helin. Tyler Hero at 22 years old with the future in front of him, but maybe still a project defensively and otherwise. Do you think the Heat have moved beyond with Tyler Hero, considering a Bradley Beal trade in the offseason, because the Wizards are going back in the crapper, and it was sort of tacitly agreed with Bradley Beal, I will come back and commit to you guys, but if it doesn't work out, you will take care of me. So I'm going to say right now, this is a futures trade. You put it in an envelope, you put it to the side. Kurt Helin, do you today in late December think the Heat would consider trading a Tyler Hero for Bradley Beal in the offseason? Or do you think Tyler's shown enough that he and Bam Adebayo are the next gen of the Miami Heat?
No, I think they would have to consider it if Jimmy Butler. With Jimmy Butler, the Heat are always win now, but you can't be much more win now than that. And Beal might help you more win now. You're going to have to factor in, can you keep him healthy? Can you get him to play more than 50 games? Because if we spent the first segment of the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show talking about how little Jimmy Butler plays, I'd like you to meet Bradley Beal.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. That's an issue, but I think they'd have to consider it because as good as Tyler is as a sixth man and the shot creation, Bradley Beal, healthy, is an all-NBA player. He is a shot creator, shot maker beast. And I don't think you can – I think you'd have to seriously consider that because he would make your ceiling that much higher.
I disagree, but I appreciate your opinion. I want to get to one last name here before we look at the Heat's upcoming schedule. I'm always running out of time on this show. Not saying it's going to happen, but if it does, and the Heat privately behind the scenes, Mickey Arison, Nick Arison, Pat Riley, Andy Ellisberg, Adam Simon say, you know what, we'll do it quietly, we'll test the waters. Is there a Jimmy Butler market out there, considering his past and his persona and his persnickety?
Yeah, there still would be some, just because
really
Jimmy Butler's. It would be very specific. I haven't really thought about that. I'd have to think about
because the reason I asked you,
Kurt, but I think if you get to the Heat,
would be afraid that he would get him fired. GMs would be afraid that he would want to walk out the door. But you honestly think there still could be a Jimmy Butler market at his price point of $40 million plus?
For the right team, for the right win now type of situation where, we talked before about the Lakers being desperate. The Lakers are desperate.
Sure.
Jimmy Butler is a really good basketball player. Like, that is the kind of move. They're not the only team. Again, I'm using them because they're close to me and I kind of think of them, but they fit the mold of, hey, we got to win now. We by the way, we promised LeBron James we were going to go get players, and then we didn't. Like, we're going to have to do something. So I think that strikes me as a summer move, not a deadline move. But I think it would be a small market, but I think there's a market.
See, I think also there's two East Coast teams. I think that of what the Nets and the Knicks are, those teams would take that kind of chance. I think Jimmy would love playing in the biggest market in a big city like that, sell more coffee.
Go back to Tibbs.
Yeah, and get back to someone who'll play him 48 minutes a game. So you have that also. Or even with the Nets, and there were some rumblings with the Durant stuff and permutations with the Heat, what might have worked this offseason. Okay, I apologize to everyone on the chat board. We got to you early today. We will get back to our normal chat board format next week. Schedule ahead. We're going to go really quick here. Lightning round, just your predictions on the game. We get a lot of breaks anyway. Heat, Indiana Pacers, season series tied 1-1. They play Friday here at FTX or whatever you want to call it, arena. Based on where the Pacers are trending, based on what the Heat need, how do you see Friday's game playing out?
I think the Heat show up and win that one. It's like you said, that sometimes that's a getaway night, but the Heat can't really afford those.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of what quality of insects Jimmy Butler eats over the next 2 days, whether he can make it back to the court. He's got to get on the court. And Kyle Lowry, after a full week off, the expectation has to be, unless this is a serious knee injury, he has to be on the court also. If the Heat are whole, they've only played 11 games with their preferred starting lineup all season. I'm not as sure about Caleb Martin's ankle. That is not in good shape, but at least get 4 of your regular starters out there. You could throw a Strus or a Oladipo, Haywood Highsmith in there. You should pull it off. 2 days off. They get off for Christmas Eve. They get off for Christmas Day. They come back Monday against an enigma, a team I think could be great at times and has looked awful at times. Heat versus the visiting Minnesota Timberwolves.
I think the Minnesota's, they do have some good nights, and Anthony Edwards is a beast, but I think that they're more mentally lost than anybody right now. I don't trust them at all. So I'll take Miami there.
If the Heat have any pride and they're on this 4-game homestand and they do anything worse than 3-1 and they go out to that hellacious road trip we will talk about next, when they're going out to play Denver and at Utah and Clippers and Lakers and Suns, that could be a road to ruin. They have to go 3-1. They have to win these next 3 at home. We'll get into the Lakers visit next Wednesday on next week's RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. But for now, he's Kurt Heelan. I'm Ira Winderman. The Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right, we are ready to rock and roll. Welcome aboard. Sean Stanley, of course, mastering it all like he does every single day. We thank Ira and Kurt, as always. Strong hour of basketball talk. Hope you all are doing well. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button there and subscribe also to the program. Help us get to 20,000 subscribers. We're on the brink of hitting here 17. So let's go. Let's make this run for 20. Let's go, man. Help us get to 20,000 subscribers. That's what we need to do. All right. What else we got going on? We got a lot of things to talk about on the show. And got some stuff Dolphins-wise, obviously. We could talk about the Heat. The Heat and the Panthers have been very, very disappointing, man. It's just it's uninspiring is what it is. It just doesn't really get you jacked. You know what I'm saying? And it's interesting because in a time like this, normally we're talking draft already and we're latching on to the Heat. We would have already been latching on to the Heat the last couple of weeks because the Dolphins would have been out of the race and they don't look like it or whatever, or they're teetering. And you know, technically, right, nothing's etched in stone for them because obviously they can crap the bed here in the last 3 weeks. I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is a team that's going to make it to the playoffs. And then we'll see what happens after that. But it's interesting that this is the way things have developed now, that the Dolphins still are mattering. And right now, the Heat and the Panthers aren't doing anything to matter right now. You know what I'm saying? It's tough. It really is. I mean, look, Heat last night lose. They're back to 500. Okay. And I don't care what the stats say. This is not and like I said, this is not a league that really plays defense anymore, but just watch that team. They can't get real stops when they want to. They just don't have enough guys. So I just think it's going to be a problem for them as it continues. And when you get to the playoffs and you're playing against the Celtics and teams like that, you're going to have problems getting stops. So Bulls defeat the Heat last night. They're down to 16-16. And then tonight, you've got the Panthers back in action, and they're hosting the Devils. All right. It's on TNT, by the way. Okay. So if you have TNT, you will have an opportunity to see that game. Will they black it out locally because it's on the Bally's app? You know what? I got to plead ignorance there. I'm not sure. It's on TNT, so it won't get blacked out, right? They're not going to like put, reruns of Law and Order, right? Bum 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 bum. Down 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 down. Anyway, so I don't know what's going to happen on that. Can anybody help me out on that? Anybody smart enough? Don't go guessing. Do you actually really know what the hell's going to happen? Do they black it out on TNT locally for the Panther fans and they have to have Bally's? Because I have Bally's. I mean, that's fine. They fixed their app and their options where now you pay and you're getting, the whole kit and caboodle. And I'm talking about Marlins, Panthers, and Heat. They were kind of breaking it up in a way that was kind of bogus. So they fixed that. So that's cool. But I don't know if they black it out or not, but it is on TNT tonight. Devils are 21-9-2. They've kind of rebuilt their team. The Panthers, 15-14-4. They are 6-11 in their last 17 games. I believe they're 3-3 in their last 6, if I'm correct. They're just not playing well. I'm saying it's. We used to look forward to the basketball and the hockey season in a way to kind of save us from a brutal football season, and like it was for the Canes, right? We're hoping all this recruiting stuff actually pays off for Mario and company. We'll see. You know what I mean? I'm not the one that gets all excited about recruiting. I wait till they actually take the field, and then I can get excited about them actually playing. But we've always wanted to, go to the Heat by this time because it needs to save us from the Dolphin season. And now I fear whenever the Dolphin season ends, and I hope it's somewhere in February after the Super Bowl. I hope that's when it ends. I'm not necessarily looking forward to the rest of the Heat season, and I plan on going to a lot of Heat games. Once the Dolphin season is over, I plan on going to Heat games. I think I've been to 2 this year. And so I haven't been but I've been as a fan. I've gone. I haven't gone as a media member this year, actually. So I'll start going to those games. But wow, what am I going to be covering? Am I going to be covering a team that actually can compete? And the funny part is, we're all talking about. Sometimes we're not all of us, but we bring it up. Some of us trades and all that. I don't think there's a trade that can save the Heat at all. And the trade that could save the Heat, they don't have the ammo to make that move. I don't even know if that kind of player is available, that kind of a star is available, but that's my point. They need a star, and they don't have, anyways, the ammo to pull a trade off for a star. So that's a problem for the Heat. It's a tough one, man. Listen, they've given us so much over the years. It's hard to complain. But as we like to lean on it after the football season, let's hope this football season lasts as long as possible, because I think it might be the most entertaining thing, that we have going on, because I'm not sure our winter sports are going to be as entertaining. Let's see. Dougie Fresh says, if McDaniel can stop overthinking and just run the damn ball, I think we could have our first playoff win in 22 years. Yep. Well, as long as you're facing an opponent that you can run the ball on, yes. The key, Dougie, if you're not having, success, then I understand. But what happened on Saturday, that made no sense whatsoever on behalf of Mike McDaniel. Big Mike McDaniel fan, but that was not good. I see Brian Doherty in the house, Victor Huertas, Carlos Segarro, Jamie Zorrilla, Steve Chapman, Brooklyn Rob, Papa, Alex Brown. Did you change Wednesday start time? Sorry if it's already been addressed. Alex, you're probably new to the program, dude. We start every Wednesday like this. We always have Inside the Paint at 9 a.m. So I come on most of the time. There are times if I have a long night or something, I'll just, I'll have the guy start at 9. But normally every Wednesday we start at 8:45. It's every day at 10 a.m. But on Wednesdays we start a little early because of Inside the Paint needs to go from 9 to 10 because Ira has to do it at that time. So we fire it off at that time. So I come on at 8:45 on Wednesdays to kind of warm up the seat for the guys and get it going. So that's how we roll. So we haven't changed anything. You are new to the deal. That's what it is. And thank you, sir, for supporting us. Adam Sadowski, Alex Palenzuela. Brian says, I respect Big O's defense of Boyer, but when Fins faces Chargers, they were decimated on D, but they schemed it up right. Just not sure Boyer does not deserve some blame. Brian, let me ask you something. Just out of curiosity, okay? I get that they schemed it up right, okay? Did Mike McDaniel counter it? Did the players answer back? Or what? Was it all defense, or did they fail on offense? Because for me, they failed on offense in San Francisco. They failed on offense with the Chargers, and they failed with the Bills, my friend. I'm not sure if you know that's the common denominator. You know what I mean? The defense is not going to bail you out of anything. You know, the Ravens game, they bailed you out after they fell down to 21 points. They shut them down, and then they were able to come back. The Detroit game, they shut them down in the second half. In the Buffalo game, they gave you a turnover in that second half. It's up to you to do something with it. It's up to you to catch touchdowns when Tua throws him. It's up to Braylon Sanders to run. God damn it, not stop. He threw you a touchdown. It's up to the head coach to take the extra point and not the 2-point conversion, my brother. Your problem is you keep waiting for a defense that's not good enough to bail you out. Okay, I wanted to talk about this, so I'm glad you led me to this because Dave Hyde had this article, and listen, I know Dave Hyde is not a Tua believer. Okay, he's not a hater or anything, but he's not a Tua believer, and he's had kind of a negative outlook on the Dolphins right from the get-go. From the beginning of the season, I heard him with Joe because I remember I was on one of those Thursdays or Fridays when I'm in the car. I remember listening to him talking about, I just feel like this is going to be another one of those. I've seen this movie before. So he already had the attitude that it was going to be a bad season. So he wrote an article this week that Josh Allen on Monday or Tuesday, he wrote an article that Josh Allen, that Tua has to be what Josh Allen is. Okay, so here's where, we got to stay in a reality now and what we are. The problem is for you, Brian, you're not in reality. Dave Hyde is not in reality either. Marcel Louis-Jacques, not in reality either. You're putting unrealistic expectations. Now, here we go. So he goes, well, Josh, he wants Tua to be what Josh Allen is, or he's got to be what Josh Allen is. Well, first of all, he can't be what Josh Allen is because he can't run. And that's what gouged and killed the Dolphins was the running. Okay? And then here's the other thing, the part of the equation he leaves out. So is Tua facing a harder job at scoring than Josh Allen is? So let me ask you something. What do you think Tua does to the Dolphin defense if he's facing the Dolphin defense? Thanks for playing. See, that's the part that, Dave Hyde leaves out of his article. He leaves out that, one, Tua's never going to be the running quarterback. He's the throwing quarterback, Dave Hyde. Okay? He's the throwing quarterback. And he threw Braylon Sanders a touchdown. Braylon Sanders chose to stop and not keep running. That's not his fault. He threw 2 touchdowns in one possession inside the red zone to Sherfield and to Tyreek Hill. What the fuck do you want him to do, Dave Hyde? I'm sorry. I'm wondering, what do you want him to do? Oh, so you want him also to rush for 100 yards. He already threw the touchdowns. That's the problem with Marcel Louis-Jacques. Now he's like, well, no, I got to see him off script. No, dude, that's not who he is. He wins from the pocket. He beat the Bills from the freaking pocket. Everybody else didn't do their jobs. That's not his fault. It's not Tua's fault that Josh McDaniel did not want to keep running and keep drives alive and keep Brian Doherty, his defense, off the field. At one point or another, McDaniel's got to be smart enough to say, I got a shitty defense. My defense is not really good enough, but I keep putting them out on the field when I have an opportunity to extend drives. When I have an opportunity to take a point so early in the game, there was 0 reasons, and there's no freaking chart that tells you in the beginning of the first quarter, go for 2. There's no chart. So everybody lives in an altered reality. Dave Hyde wants Tua to win with his legs because that's how Josh Allen has to also win. He doesn't win simply from the pocket. He has to use his legs. That's not Tua. Brian Doherty, you don't want to blame, you want to lay it all on the defense. Well, guess what? The defense did enough to keep you in that game against the Bills. They even got a late turnover for you. What did you do with it? Can't help you. You know what I'm saying? And maybe the Bills have less opportunities at offense if you actually ran the ball and kept possession. So the problem is we have too many people living in an altered reality. Maybe they got into some wormhole in sliders and they went to an altered reality where Tua also runs like Josh Allen. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Marcel is on an altered reality where he thinks that Tua now is going to become Russell Wilson. And maybe Brian Doherty is also on a altered reality because he's expecting the defense to bail you out. Well, they keep you in the games. And in that Chargers game, you had opportunities. You were within a score. It's up to the offense to come up with points. I mean, what more do you want? I can't. It's one of those things where we have to be realistic. And too many people are unrealistic at the way they look at the Miami Dolphins. So, there you go. You can want whatever the hell you want, but that's not the reality. You know? That's the problem here, and that's the problem with a lot of Dolphins fans. There isn't enough reality here, and you're not willing to look at what really is going on and what talent is in front of you, you know? And so until you assess the issue the right way, you're not going to be able to decipher it and talk about it the right way. So, you know, it just, whatever, man. But I just feel like it just becomes unrealistic. Again, how many, I don't know if Dave did it or which of the writers or which of the talk show hosts or which of the national talk show hosts or whatever, but like I talked to you guys about this on Monday. Anybody that was talking about, oh, can he play in the cold? Brother, you know how stupid that shit is? Like, if you were questioning that, if that was like a subject, part of, like, really? Seriously? Like, you're talking about something that's never been talked about with any quarterback in the history of the game. You know, and like Poupart told me yesterday, well, no, because he had a bad game. That doesn't mean he plays bad in bad weather. Everyone has bad games. Could be snow, could be completely dry, could be rain, could be whatever. This doesn't mean you can't play in the snow or in the rain. That's asinine. It's the dumbest thing out there to be bringing it up for anybody. Again, unrealistic ways of looking at it. And so then you spin the narrative however you want. And then when they don't meet your narrative, you then are disappointed. But you're disappointed because you were unrealistic from the get-go. That's why. So when I read Dave's article, and I love Dave, I agree with him most of the time. This year on the Dolphins, we've disagreed. Okay? For sure, I've disagreed with him on the Dolphins. This year, in fact, I've disagreed with several people when it comes to the Dolphins, but that's fine. I mean, that's kind of been the thing with the whole Tua thing or Chris Greer or whatever, or X. Eight 912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Theme Park Point of View says 2 straight wins and a Patriots loss versus a good Bengals team, and we're in. Yeah, but they'll I think they'll win all 3. They'll beat the Patriots too. Not worried about the Patriots. Tua is a better passer than Josh Allen. Yeah, he is a more accurate passer than Josh Allen. Darren says, I agree. People need to be realistic. Tua is just like most QBs, has limitations. Exactly. In no way I'm saying Wilkins hasn't been solid, Jay Hurst says, but I noticed against LA and Buffalo, he was playing heads up on the center instead of on the natural 3-4 end spot. Is Davis losing reps? Well, I mean, you got to play the people that are making the most impact. And let's just be honest, Raekwon Davis still has not met his draft status yet. So that's really the brutal honesty with it. He just hasn't met it. And I think next year is his last year of his deal. Something tells me he'll have a great year next year on a contract year. Big O, do you think Tua will be named to the Pro Bowl tonight? Of course he's going to be named to the Pro Bowl tonight. For sure he's going to be named to the Pro Bowl tonight. Guaranteed. Big O, today's the first day of winter, Alex says. And for winter of 2022 and 2023, the Miami Dolphins will finish the regular and postseason with a 7-0 record and a 3rd Lombardi trophy. I like that, Alex. I'd like to use my house in Phoenix. I don't want to have to cancel. Okay? I want to pay for that house. I don't want to have to cancel. I want to have a Super Bowl party in Arizona. Okay? Rapid Recovery says, Big O, explain to me why Boyer's defense is the worst in the league on scoring defense. They have 5 talent players. They shouldn't be that. I've already talked about it over and over again, bro. You can rewind, and we've talked many times over about what's wrong with that defense. So that's I'm kind of talked out about it, and if you need it, there's plenty of cuts there talking about the defense and explaining it. So there you go. Knock yourself out. George says 100% right, Big O. Best defense is to keep him off the field. Mac is really too smart not to see and know that. Time for him to drop the ego and swallow his pride. Yeah, brother, there is no bigger ego than going for 2 points at the beginning of that game. That's arrogance. That is a disease. That's arrogance that blinds you to reality. That's what that is. And that's where you can tell that it's gotten to him, that he's too cocky. 3rd and short, didn't bother to run. Not one time. Pass every time, and they stopped you. And you kept doing it and kept doing it. It reminds me of Tin Cup. Tin Cup. That's it. That's exactly what it is. And if you haven't seen that golf movie, go watch Tin Cup, and you'll know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. When you see that scene, you're going to go, yeah, that's it right there. That's McDaniel. In that one game, it's arrogance all over the place. You're going for that early 2-point conversion. Ah, ha, ha. My defense, my offense is unstoppable. Well, it's not. It is stoppable. And they stopped you. So you left a point for no reason. 3rd and short. My offense is unstoppable. Yeah, no, they stopped it every time. Not one time, every time. And yet you didn't do what you were incredibly successful at on that night, running the football. Why? Because they were probably more worried about you passing the football. Because that's what most people are worried about when they face the Miami Dolphins offense. They're worried about Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. And there's Mostert and even Ahmed just gouging them. The level of arrogance was sky high. And I don't mind cockiness. I don't mind confidence. I think we all need it in anything that we do. I don't care if you're a veterinarian. I don't care if you're a broadcaster. I don't care if you're a lawyer. I don't care if you work in landscaping. I don't care if you, whatever it is that you do, you got to have a certain level of confidence, right? Will over at Cutter's Edge Pro, he's got all the confidence in the world because they are the best in the freaking business in South Florida. They got like 1,000 trucks. They cover Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. They do homes. They do HOAs. They do all kinds of businesses. They do all kinds of, public facilities too. And they make them look all gorgeous. And people are constantly trying to find out who the hell did that? Who the hell did that? Cutter's Edge Pro, Cutter's Edge Pro, Cutter's Edge Pro. And why? Because they've got that edge. They got that confidence. We all need an ego. We all need confidence. It comes with success. They're an incredibly successful company here in South Florida. Lots of people. Hell, when we had those tornadoes, guess who they called for the cleanup? Cutter's Edge Pro. I don't care what you do in life. You got to have confidence. So that's fine. Have confidence, but be smart about it too. You know, they got to know you're passing the ball. They were right up on your receivers every time. They did a little bit of the Chargers where they got in your face. And because it's 3rd and short, you don't have a lot of time. You got to let go of it quickly. They know it. And yet you didn't run the ball one time. It's arrogance. So, what else do we have? Big O, don't cancel the house in Phoenix. Rent it to someone else as a profit. They will need the room. I bet most didn't plan for it. I don't think I can rent an Airbnb out to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's how it works. Okay. Plus, the last thing I need is to rent something that I don't own, and then I'm going to be responsible for because I'm going to rent it to somebody that I have no idea. Because let's say it's another team that goes from another city and another fan base, and what am I going to do? Rent it to some, whatever fan base. Some Packers fan or they have no shop, but whatever. Any of these teams, no. I have no idea, dude. But, in fantasy, it sounds fantastic. Jay Hurd says, Skyler, the Bills had 8 in the box most of the night, pressed the receivers, and they still were getting gashed all night. McDaniel's a young coach. We have to trust will adjust. I believe he will. I'm a McDaniel fan. I got nothing but love for McDaniel. But that's not going to stop me from saying he screwed up. That's all. I hope he learns from it. There's no doubt. But he screwed up. That's all. He was bad. Let's see. Big O and Finn's fan having a colonoscopy from getting diagnosed from Crohn's in the fall of 16. Also, I feel like I don't have it, but want to see the status. Wow. It's a lot of information, Anthony. Good luck, my brother. Darren says, can you or someone to the Monday Dolphin press conference to ask the tough needed questions? Oh, man. Well, let's see if we actually need tough questions on Monday. Chris says, Big O, why isn't the front office a little more active in picking up free agents to improve defensive capabilities? What are you talking about, dude? They traded for Chubb. And they're like on their 6th, 7th, and 8th, and 9th corners. They've picked up all kinds of people. I mean, they do that all the time. They pick up all kinds of offensive linemen. They've done they picked up all kinds of players all over the place. They don't stop. But in the middle of the season, it's really hard to get a really good stud linebacker. And at DB, my God, they've lost so many people. It's hard to get to a point where you're going to find something good. They got lucky with Brandon Shell that he's been so productive considering when they got him. They've made all kinds of moves. They try, but you can only do so much this late in the season. It's not like there's a lot of teams in the league picking up somebody halfway through the season that is just an absolute, stealing the show and leading your team somewhere or anything like that. They traded for Chubb. They were expecting Chubb to do better. It's up to Chubb now. He's been a hell of a player in the past, but what are you going to do? What could Boyer do? Shove a hot poker up his ass or something to get him moving? I have no idea what he can do. But you got to watch the film. It's not Boyer's fault. It's up to Chubb to make some plays. Just like Jalen Phillips and Christian Wilkins are making plays and Sealer's making plays. Boyer looks good for that, right? If Boyer didn't find and develop Kohu, where would that secondary be? Because he's the one that found Kohu, and he's the one that's helped develop him. And outside of him and Holland, and here's the opposite side of it, right? Here's the funny part. So the other guys that are playing well, they are playing well under Boyer. The guys that aren't playing well, so now we blame Boyer for the guys that aren't playing well, but we don't credit Boyer for the guys that are playing well. You can't have it both ways. Jalen Phillips is playing well, then that means Chubb can do the same thing. It's not like Boyer's going, well, okay, Jalen, we've got all the good plays for you. We're going to teach you all the right techniques, and all we're going to do is screw over Chubb. No, that's not what's going on. Christian Wilkins is making plays, and Sealer's making plays. So then what about the other guys? Holland's kind of been, the caretaker back there now. He can't be the same guy, but he's still making sure everything's kosher. Kohu's making plays, and he's a baby out of Division II. You can only do so much with Keon Crossan, man. Vernon McKinley III, that young man is a fresh out of college, undrafted. You expect another undrafted player to become Kohu again? I mean, those kind of miracles only happen once in a while. It's a joke, man. It really is. What's going on is a joke. That the way they kill the D coordinator when, it's all convenience. At one point or another, it just gets to a point where you've had so many injuries, you're so deep at backups that there's no way you can recover from it. Nobody can do what Brandon Jones does. And then you lose Needham and Jones never reports, and you lose Trill Williams. And it just gets to the point where now what's left is You know, tough, man. Really is. They do enough. And they got that turnover late against the Bills. You know, sorry. Chris Doherty says, Big O, when the hell is the NFL going to stop allowing these refs stop deciding who wins the game? The PI in the Bills game at the end, roughing on Herbert. Yeah, I know. There's been some bad calls. You can't hide that. That part is facts. Yep. You're down about 6 starters on defense, and you're still going to complain, laughing my ass off. Stop hating on this team for once. We have legit hope, and all you find is fans do is whine and complain. Yeah. Well, like I told you guys, the whiners and the complainers are the ones that are. People don't take the time to chime in and compliment. It's about complaining always. That's always what it is. Complainers are loud. And so now you've lost 3 in a row, man. So you got people all pissed off and frustrated and they think it's the same old and all that good stuff. But that's the one thing I've hated this season. The Dolphins have had no luck. None whatsoever, man. That's the part that has been absolutely brutal. By the way, I just told you in that rant about Cutter's Edge Pro, and they are just absolutely phenomenal. Your total landscape solution, lawn landscape maintenance for medium to large HOAs, condominiums, corporate parks, large commercial building complexes in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. Call them 954-472-0622. Folks, they do it all. And the thing that people don't realize is when you add landscaping to your home, it immediately increases the value of your home. And then here's the other thing that I thank Will and Mike for every single day, and I'm so blessed. Last night I take the dogs out, and it's just a pleasure to hang out in the backyard where I didn't really hang out much because I had no life. Once you add the landscaping and you add the trees and you add some shade and brings down the backyard several degrees. And right now, it actually has been nice and cool and comfortable out there. But with the artificial turf, so the dogs aren't bringing any dirt in, it's really clean, easy to maintain. It's just so much fun to hang out in the backyard. You pay for the entire home, right? And you're also paying for your yard. But if it's just sitting there doing nothing, you're paying for something, you're not even enjoying it. Now we get to enjoy our backyard thanks to amazing look that Cutter's Edge Pro has provided now and how everything has changed. By the way, the artificial turf, if you own dogs, the best. They bring no dirt, no mud in. They're not eating any grass every once in a while. I have a whole bunch of dogs. Once in a while, some idiot will start eating grass. You're like, no, now no artificial turf. That's it. They're not kicking up grass and dirt after they go to the bathroom. Those kind of things. Super easy to maintain. And you're going to save thousands in the long run because you're not watering your grass every day, and you don't have to cut the grass like every 2 weeks, 10 days to 2 weeks. You're cutting your grass here in South Florida, because especially in the rainy season, my God. So check it out. Call them 954-472-0622 anywhere in South Florida based company, Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach counties, and tell them that Big O sent you. Ask for William or Mike, CuttersEdgePro.com. All right. What else do we have going on in the world of sports? Did you see Messi ended up reaching 400 million followers on IG? That's a sick number. He picked up 5 million on Sunday during the World Cup. $5 million. He picked up 20 million during the last month of the World Cup here. Last 30 days. 20 million subscribers. He hit over 400 million. He is now the second person to hit 400 million. And there's only one guy or one person, but he's a guy, that has hit actually 500 million. How crazy is that? Who do you think it is? Cristiano Ronaldo. So 2 soccer players are the top IG followers in the world. Cristiano Ronaldo has 518 million followers. Messi has 400 million followers. Kylie Jenner is number 3 at 375. Selena Gomez has 364 million followers. Dwayne Johnson has 354 million followers. Ariana Grande has 345 million followers. Kim Kardashian has 336 million followers. Beyonce, 286 million followers. It's amazing. Beyonce, with all that talent, trails Kim Kardashian, who has no talent, by 50 million. It's amazing. It really is. Khloe Kardashian, who has less talent than all of them, has 283 million. And then Justin Bieber rounds out the top 10 with 270 million. This is a sad world when 2 Kardashians are in the top 10 list. Boy, you people are sad, bro. Sad. Really sad. Like, wow. To follow that, to watch that show. Indictment on our society. NorCal says, I literally listen to your show outside of most days I'm home. Gotta get a Big O show from the Garden next season. Well, when are you flying us out there, bro? How's this up? Maybe I'll go by myself. No Sean. We'll have Sean run it from here because we can do that. Just need a hard line over there at the Garden. So are you telling me that we'll have all that greenery behind us in the Garden? Is that what you're saying? I could just see myself doing the show from NorCal's greenery, his garden, and then I'll have a human smoke machine going on the show because he'll just be lighting up a fatty, and then there'll just be like a cloud coming in and out of the picture and all that. I'll be high as hell by the end of the show. You guys would love to see that, right? That would be funny. It would be funny, actually. That would be funny. 400 million, dude. My man picked up 5 million followers on IG just during the World Cup. It's pretty awesome. That is impressive. What can I tell you, right? What do we got on the chat board here on the YouTube chat board? Very impressed with Teron Armstead toughing it out each week. Despite nagging injuries, shows the character of the man and leadership traits. Hope he makes the Pro Bowl. So do I. He's amazing. He really is. And he has to play in order to justify that salary and that move. But I got to give him credit, dude. Knee, pec, and then the toe. Wow. He says, now we'll get Sean out here too. All right. I'm just saying, listen, NorCal, we're going to take Sean out there. Okay. And you're going to be constantly, blowing the cumulonimbus cloud at us. You're going to have to feed Sean because he's going to get really hungry over there. I'm just saying. When you got your CBs and linebackers 10 yards deep, of course, opponents, it's when your CBs are too easily beat, you're trying to keep everything up front because you're afraid of giving up 7. Either way, it doesn't matter. You do the math, 3 or 7, you still lose the game. It doesn't really matter. You lost the game by 6. So you lose a game by 2 or 6. None of that really matters. It really, in the end, it was a funky defense. I get it, but you're a defensive coordinator trying anything at this point because nothing works. Man, zone, funky coverages, tight coverage, it doesn't matter. They're not good. What are you going to do? X can't play right now. Watch them. All you got to do is do a crossing route and you burn them. And they're getting behind them also on 9 routes. If your best corner can't cover, what do you got left? Let me tell you something. Without Kohu, wow. It's the thing. Nothing works. It's so simple to pick on something when you can't point at anything that works because they just don't have enough talent. Or you're underachieving like Chubb. And I'm not blaming him for Chubb. I'm just not. That's not his fault, because if I blame him for Chubb, then you must be crediting him for Wilkins and Phillips and Sealer. So if he has other guys on the line that are playing well and the one guy isn't, how do you blame it on Boyer? See, you see what I'm saying? You can't blame Boyer for Chubb not getting it done. Because obviously whatever he's calling, it's helping all the other guys. So what do you think he's doing? Sabotaging him? No, only Brian Flores does that to Tua. NorCal says, I got you guys. Don't worry, Big O and Sean. I'll bring the barbecue down to the garden with the Ethernet connection. LOL. There you go, Sean. You'll have the barbecue ready to go. That's it. All right. I can talk, forever. But as long as you keep Sean, happy with some food, he'll be all right. He'll be all right. J-Town wants to get Ingold and Smythe more involved in the run-pass game. Seems like they were a bigger part of the plan early in the season. I agree. I don't mind getting them involved. I really am disappointed that McDaniel has not found a way to get Gesicki involved. That you would figure that you're able to get him involved one way or another, man. He's such a big target that it makes life easier for Tua. Omar is coming on tomorrow. He is sick. Okay. Matt Verderam is going to join us at 12:30 today. Omar, unfortunately, is under the weather. I talked to him. He was like, "Oh, hey man, can I do it tomorrow? I got a bug." And I'm like, "Yeah, man, no problem. You're good. I got your back." So we will have Omar Kelly, okay, tomorrow. All right. So our essentialmovingexperts.com Miami Dolphins exchange. Oh, do you know what I miss? Boxing heroes that we can't wait to see fight. It's like boxing asks baseball for advice. So sad. Yeah. Now it's UFC. That's what it is. You have to be into UFC. Like what's this? Forgetting this guy's name now. Like Crawford, shit like that. Like I can't wait to see Crawford fight. It sucks. I'm with you. There's very few fighters now that, although I know, isn't he like retired or then he unretires or whatever? But Tyson Fury, because he's such a character and he could literally box for a big man. That was one of those. But there aren't a lot of those kind of guys that, unfortunately, and that's boxing's fault. And the promoters ruined boxing because they just kept hiding their guys away from good fights, and then they give them tomato cans, and they set them up for failure, basically. Frankie says, our defense allowed a ton of points to the Ravens before the large amount of injuries. What excuse did we have for Boyer back then? Frankie, they allowed the points. You are correct. But what did they do right after that? They shut them down, didn't they? That's how you come back from 21 points. You shut them down. You adjusted. Detroit had a great half, and then they shut them down the second half. You know what I'm saying? They won that game. And they won that game because the defense also woke up in the second half and shut them down and then gave the ball right back to the offense. And then the offense went and did their job and scored points. You know what I'm saying? The Jet game with no Tua, they kept you in the game until what? Until the offense started it up and gave up the turnovers and the short fields, and then the game was done. The problem is, Frankie, they're not a good defense, dude. You got to stop waiting for them to be good. They're mediocre. That's who they are. So they're going to give up points. They're going to give up yards. They're going to bend all kinds of ways. But they really don't break to the point that, oh, my God, there's not one game that you can sit there and say, oh, man, the offense played awesome and the defense gave the game away. There's not one of them. Not even the Buffalo game. You easily you should have won that game. Defense did enough again to keep you in the game. And that's all they can do, Frankie. The fact that they keep you in games, considering how injury-riddled they are, is a miracle. It's Culture Club. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. They should be playing that towards the end of games. That it's a miracle that you're in the game with that defense. That's really the way you should look at it. Because that's how bad it is. When X is not even X anymore, that's terrible. The blessing is that they found Kohu. Josh Boyer found Kohu. But of course, why give him any credit? You know what I mean? Let's only blame him for what's wrong, but let's not credit him for anything. The late turnover against the Bills, I mean, that didn't mean anything, right? Because, they did their job. Did the offense do anything with that turnover? Knight says, Frankie, that was the game that X got hurt and only Cater's second game. Yeah. And still, they shut the Ravens down in the second half, and they did everything that the offense needed to win that game. That's the part that and I appreciate the super chat, Frankie, but you conveniently left that out. That the defense screwed up, but then they made up for their screw up in the second half by shutting them down. And that's freaking impressive. That's what you're supposed to do. I remember Marino would throw an interception or two early in the game. He'd get Miami in a hole. And then what would Marino do? He'd get you out of that hole. And he'd score 3 touchdowns to make up for the 2 interceptions. And you won the game by 7 or 8 or 9 points or 10 points or 4 points. But Marino got you out of the hole. That's what the defense did that day. The Lions was the same thing. That game was the same way. The Lions had a great first half. And then all of a sudden, they second half, they came up with all the Chargers game. Frankie, the Chargers game, full of field goals. They brag about the all-world quarterback. The guy could only get 1 touchdown. They did enough for you to win that game. But if the offense doesn't do their job, I'm sorry. You're the one that's supposed to carry the team, the offense, not the defense. And that's where Frankie, again, reprogram yourself. If the defense just keeps you in the game, success. I get it. Oh, my God, Big O, you've lowered your standards, bro. Yeah, of course I have. Look what the hell's on the field. Sorry, it's not enough. If Chubb wants to get back to being a 12, 14 sack guy, then that defense will change because the secondary won't be exposed as much, because then Jalen Phillips will become even better, and so will Christian Wilkins. But until Bradley Chubb gets to the point that he can actually demand double teams all the time, then that front seven's not going to change. Go look at the film. The guy is single covered most of the time. Once in a while, he'll deal with some chips, and once in a blue moon, he'll deal with a double team. Overall, Bradley has all the opportunities to create havoc and has not been able to do it. Robert Negron says, don't make the mistake of thinking that Bitcoin is forming a floor at 17. It's forming the next ceiling. Sure. Whatever. During this bear market, every time Bitcoin takes another leg down, it consolidates, losing prior to its next lower leg. None of that matters, my brother. What matters is, see, the problem is, Robert, when you don't follow the business, you really shouldn't talk about it. The dips have come, especially on Bitcoin, from the disaster that's going on with exchanges and some of the things on the periphery. Nothing really with Bitcoin. The hash rate continues to grow. Okay. The amount of people that own 1 Bitcoin, that continues to grow. The amount of people that own 10 Bitcoins continues to grow. The amount of people that own 100 Bitcoins continues to grow. Institutions are getting involved. So when it comes to everything about Bitcoin, it is super strong. Okay. But Elon Musk continues to have problems buying Twitter. So now he has sold so much Tesla. Look at the stock for Tesla, right? So now you have Three Arrows Capital, you have FTX, you have Luna, you have Celsius, you have Voyager, and they've all had to sell off their holdings. And guess what's part of their holdings? Bitcoin. Obviously, all kinds of other things. So what happens? The price goes down. So now we have another company that owns Celsius. I believe it's Celsius that they owe a $1.6 billion loan. And because Celsius is in bankruptcy, then they're going to have to pay off that loan. And they're having financial issues. So they may have to sell some of their Bitcoin. And they happen to have 600,000 Bitcoin in their possession. So they could be selling some because they need the money. Elon Musk now apparently is having financial issues. He even told the Tesla employees today that there's a freeze on hiring and be prepared, layoffs could be coming. So Tesla is now bleeding. Guess what he also owns? Bitcoin. He may have to sell not just his Tesla for money, he may sell his Bitcoin. So if, the CRS or CSR group or Tesla now have issues, then they have to sell their, whatever stocks or crypto or whatever. He's been selling Tesla. It's been going like this. It's at a 1-year low right now at $34 or something. Let me see where Tesla is at right now. What's the latest with Tesla? It went down 8% yesterday. So, he's got problems. So, my brother, it has nothing to do with any bullshit technical analysis that you think you're bringing to the table or anything like that. It has to do with all the other stuff that's going on with the economy and then things that are affecting one decision or another, from chain supply to war, to gas, to economic issues, like in Tesla's case that they bought Twitter. And again, I don't know if you know any of this stuff, but Twitter is bleeding. They have lost so many of their sponsors because of Elon Musk's comments and things that he's done already on Twitter, right? Whether it's activating the account of a white supremacist while blocking some reporter or something stupid, or saying something that was pissing people off, and all this kind of stuff. So now the revenue in Twitter has just plummeted. And then he wanted to go in ways to make up for it. That's why he's charging $8 for the blue check mark and all that, because he's trying to make up for that money. So now Twitter is bleeding big time. So what does he need? Money. So he sells his Tesla stock. What was your name again? I appreciate you listening and all of that, but I don't really think, Roberto, I don't really think you follow the entire picture to understand what's affecting all kinds of things and prices and everything that's going on. It's not a thing about crypto. It's just a thing about our society right now, our economy right now. where we are in a recession and we have a government that refuses to acknowledge it, and we have a government that just is inducing this recession by increasing the rates, and we have a president that prints money like it's going out of style to then devalue our dollar. Okay? And the prior president did his share of printing too, also, and spending and all kinds. And then Obama before that killed it and was terrible. So there's a lot of things going on, my brother, that I don't think you take into account. You just throw out some bullshit, words there that, oh, well, it's not going to fight. It's a ceiling and this and that. And Brazil's now going to use it as their currency. It'll be the US dollar and Bitcoin, and you'll be able to buy everything with Bitcoin there. And eventually, a lot of these countries, Bitcoin is going to be their dollar. It's going to be what they're going to use every day. It's the inevitable. It ain't no ceiling at 17. And Roberto Negron, if you want, my brother, bring $2,000 tomorrow to Hialeah Park, and I'll bring $2,000, and let's make a bet that 4 years from now, it's going to be way more than 17, okay? I'll even give it to you. It'll be more than 40. But the fact is, once it goes to 18, you're already wrong because you're saying it's a ceiling. But if Roberto Negron, you got some balls, bring $2,000 to Hialeah Park tomorrow, and we'll put it both in escrow somewhere. Let's go. Si tienes cojones, Roberto Negron, show up, my brother. Because I know you don't follow what really is going on in the world, and you don't understand all different levels of what's going on in our economy and our government and governments around the world. Okay? You don't really understand it, but that's fine. It's all good. But when any of you guys ever really have cojones, bring the money. Let's go. Let's bet. I would love to take your money, man. Love to take your money. It'd be a pleasure to take your money, to be quite honest. Okay? So bring it on, baby. Bring it on. I would love to give you a nice education on what's going on in our economy and all over the world. But you can listen to FUD and listen to stupid people that don't really understand what the hell is going on in this world, and that's fine. But Bitcoin is going to go up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's the inevitable. And governments know it because they have killed their own money. But they scare the public and they threaten them with all kinds of stuff because they know exactly deep down inside how much they've screwed up and how much our financial system is completely out of whack. But that's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. There's no way that something that there is a limit to is not going to be more valuable than something that has no limits, and they just keep printing more and more money because that's what the feds are going to do. They raise the rates to slow the economy down, bring it down to a crawl. People are unemployment. This is what they want now. Unemployment's going to go up now. That's what the feds want. And then guess what they do now? Then after that, 6 months from now, 9 months from now, what do they start doing? Printing more money to feed it in. It's just a vicious cycle that they're doing. You know what I mean? And not to get political, but it only gets worse when we vote in Democrats because they love to tax the shit out of us because that's the answer they have to everything is tax the crap out of us. But I get it in this cycle because you had to vote for Biden to get the orange hair man out because obviously what he was doing is, completely out of whack with just society, with humanity, So you had to vote in another president who's terrible, whatever. He's Gerald Ford Part 2 to get to the next guy, which I would imagine is going to be DeSantis, is going to be your next president. And he will probably run it a lot more responsibly than Biden will. Okay? Politically, you might disagree with some of his decisions or whatever, and I get all of that, but fiscally, he probably will do a better job than the craziness that they're doing now with all these budgets that they're putting together and spending all kinds of crazy ass money. Our dollar, Mr. Negron, loses value 6 to 8% every year. It's been doing it for over 80 years. So you buy less and less. The dollar just goes like this. It's always been going like this forever. But whatever, my man. You can believe whatever you want to believe. Like I say, you guys got to go do your own homework and really don't just repeat what somebody else says. Okay? That's what you shouldn't do. But, Mr. Negron, I expect you at Hialeah Park tomorrow with $2,000. Let's go. No one has ever forked crypto. That's not a thing. Oh, why? Somebody said that. Well, maybe they're maybe they're confusing with a not forked crypto, but when you add another what's that called? Another bridge that you do create a fork. But yeah, maybe that's what they're talking about. I'm not exactly sure. What else do we have here? Trill, a major injury. He had a good preseason. Yeah, he was one of those guys that was coming around. So, only fools buy crypto. Exactly. That's it. Only fools buy crypto. It's all good. In a couple of years, I'll be laughing. And I'll be saying, yeah, remember? And you guys, put it this way. The guy said only fools buy crypto. Only fools argue with me about Xavier Howard. But that's all right. You want to believe the FUD? You go ahead and believe the FUD. That's all. But 18 months ago, right? Problem is that you're at a high, that he gets the 10 interceptions. And then you lie to yourself and you say, well, oh, no, you can't trade him now. Oh, he's got the 10 interceptions. He's going to get that all the time. Did you guys see Salguero's article yesterday? So Armando Salguero wrote yesterday in what's that Outkick, I think it is, that he's a part of. Not a big fan of the dude that leads Outkick, but that's a whole other deal. But Xavier Howard, do you guys remember the line that I would give you with Xavier Howard? There's almost 300 people here. Let's see if there are people that remember when we were discussing that I would tell you now's the time to trade Xavier Howard, and 99.999% of you disagreed with me. So please don't start saying you agreed with me, because most everybody disagreed with me on that one. Do you guys remember the line I kept saying with Xavier Howard? Huh? Anybody can somebody get that for me? Huh? Do you remember the line I always said with Xavier Howard? I want to see if somebody has it now on the live chat board. Okay. What would I always tell you about Xavier Howard nearly 2 years ago? What was I saying? What was the line? There's 3 words to it. That's all. The line was 3 words with Xavier Howard. No, I know Omar Kelly didn't. Well, that's his buddy. You know what I mean? Cam Wolf now is like, yeah, no, you're right. Then he thought I was crazy also, like most people. Anybody remember? Anybody remember? No, I know trade him now. That's funny. I did say trade him now, but no. How did I describe something about? How did I describe the situation that is Xavier Howard? Does anybody remember? Not make business decisions. You guys are coming up with good 3-word ones. Trade him now, make business decisions. I love that. Those are fantastic, by the way. But it's not my quote. I know what my quote was because I said it a whole bunch of times. And again, it's one of those things that you had to be listening. And I don't know how many of you at the moment that are on the chat board. I'll give it a couple more seconds. I'll give it another 10, 15 seconds to see if anybody. George listens all the time. He can't remember. But you will remember, George, when I say it. I'll tell you what. I bet you Gus1388 will remember it. I bet you Doug will remember it. Once I say it, okay? Once I say it, then you're going to go, that's right. You always said that. Are you ready? It's always something with Xavier Howard. Do you remember that? If it's not the knee injury, it's the domestic violence issue. If it's not the domestic violence issue, it's the contract. It's always something. It's always something. That was my line with Xavier Howard. And now he's not playing well. Growing issues, whatever, injuries. It's always something. And so now I see the Salguero article, which, by the way, I think it was Gus1388 that retweeted it to me by Armando Salguero. And apparently, Xavier Howard is dealing with multiple lawsuits now. There's a suit filed in Broward County, currently sealed for privacy. It's the second suit filed in the last 3 months. Howard and his legal team at Bradstone Law must navigate. Howard was also sued in October for negligent transmission of genital herpes and intentional infliction of emotional distress by a woman identified in a court as Jane Doe. A source told Outkick the process for both cases could extend to 2024 beyond when they go to trial. A settlement in this case is obviously a possibility, but no formal settlement discussions have begun on the second of two suits. The one is curious because it alleges 3 incidents from late 2019 through 2020, the spring of 20, in those Howard and his children's mother apparently became physical with each other. Police arrested Howard in December 19 of 2019. David report from the Times states an argument between Howard and his girlfriend stemmed from a recent purchase of a purse at a store that wasn't disclosed to her. I mean, this is, it kind of continues. Here we go. A Dolphin source told Outkick it was not disclosed because the purse was for another woman. That led to this particular argument. Another Dolphin source said in 2020, the team's understanding was the alleged victim became physical with Howard first. Police said that in December of 19 incident became physical. Howard allegedly grabbed the victim's arms and pushed her against the glass wall in their bedroom hallway. Then, whatever the truth is, Broward County prosecutors declined to prosecute because the victim later refused to cooperate. She signed an affidavit of non-prosecution because she didn't wish to proceed. She also told prosecutors she didn't fear for her safety. The Dolphins and the NFL investigated the incident and monitored the legal proceedings. They took no action. Sohn is well-known in South Florida attorney who famously got clients a $1.2 billion settlement in the Surfside condominium collapse in 2021. He referred to Outkick to a statement on Twitter as a response to the lawsuit, and the plaintiff's previous lawyer made $12 million demand to Howard's sports agent David Cantor of the GSE Worldwide Agency. So the lawyer says the serious but baseless allegations alleged in this lawsuit, some of which have already been recanted by the accuser, have already been thoroughly investigated twice, resulting in both law enforcement and the NFL exonerating Xavier of any wrongdoing. When Xavier refused to pay the $12 million demanded in exchange for not filing the case, it was unfortunately filed. Xavier wishes to treat everybody with respect, especially the mother of his children, and will not have any comment at this time. My office is already preparing a sanction letter because we believe this matter has absolutely no basis in fact. So, meanwhile, he's also involved with the other woman and giving her herpes. It's always something. It's always something. It's always something. I said it over and over and over and over. Brett goes, Big O, you did say that often. I know what I say. I know exactly what I say, and if I'm wrong, I'm going to tell you, dude, I got that wrong and my bad. But this is why you had to make a tough decision at that time, and you could have gotten a lot for him at that moment, because there's always a team that thinks they're one of those kind of players away from it. And you could be. Now he's untradeable. Now you're probably going to have to deal with him for one more year. Hopefully he can come back healthy and play well. He'll probably know that it's his last, so he'll probably try to play well. I mean, I think he's trying to play well now. He's just probably physically not there, and mentally he's probably not there too sometimes. It sucks. It sucks, but this has been his career. He's had lots of injuries. He's got a crap load of talent. He can be one impactful player at times. There's no doubt about it. I will never take that away from the guy, but there's always something. And this year, whether that off the field stuff, whether he's innocent or guilty or whatever, it's still a distraction. And then I'm just watching how you play this year. It's always something. And I'm sorry, but that's kind of what it's always been with him. And if there's something that Chris Grier has proven over the years, they know how to find secondary players. You should have traded him. Now, I got to defend Chris Grier and the Dolphins on this one. I can't defend them 2 years ago when I said to trade him. Year and a half ago, 2 years ago when I said to trade him, you should have traded him then. But now I understand, because after the Flo thing, Flo screwed up so badly in 2 years that you really didn't get to assess the offense and the quarterback, that now you're in fast forward mode for the next 2 years. And you need to try to win and put, your quarterback in that position so you can assess him. And you've done a lot of that this year. And I think next year you'll do it again just to make sure. And then you'll give him that fat contract towards the back end of year 4, going into year 5. Because I'm sure you'll pick up the option, So, but I get it. You had to keep him. You had to keep everything because you had to try to make a run. You can't go trading and bringing more youth in it because you're trying to find out if you can win. Sucks. But that is what's going on, unfortunately. All I want for Christmas is a Bradley Chubb sighting. Yeah. Well, I saw him in the last game. I did spot him. He just needed 4 more seconds to get that sack. Four more, that's all. Give him 8 or 9 seconds, and he'll start getting sacks for the Dolphins. That would be good. Well, let's see. Oh, yeah, by the way, I forgot. Got a bunch of super chats here. Let me get to the super chats. I apologize. Frankie, again, thank you. All right, I'm lowering my standards, but not on your AEW picks. FTR versus the Guns. Who we got? FTR versus the Guns. Okay, so we can't go with FTR because it sounds too much like SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, and FTX, FTR. So, that's kind of funky. That's kind of smelly. So I am going to go with the Guns. Okay, Marino, he had a gun. So, since I am a Dan the Man fan and he had a gun, we're going to go with the Guns. That's it right there. Sean, what do you say for the Guns? I got a thumbs down for the Guns. Wow. Damn. Doesn't mean I haven't won before when he's done that thumbs down stuff. I think I got a thumbs down last week and I won. And he says thumbs up to that. Corey Foster, thank you for the love on the super chat. Big O, if we miss the playoffs, Tua, our guy next year. Well, Corey, I appreciate the super chat. Why did you miss the playoffs? I got to know that answer too, right? That's why the hypothetical stuff, it's just, mental masturbation all the time. Why don't we wait for the 3 games to be played, and then we'll find out if Tua is the reason why you didn't get in, or did Tua do his job and somebody else didn't? Did Tua lose the Buffalo game? I gotta I got one for you, Corey Foster. I want to see how you see things. Did Tua lose the game against the Bills, or did he do enough to win the game against the Bills? How do you view that? That's what I want to know what your thought is there, Corey Foster. I'm looking forward to your text now on the answer to that. Okay? Does Tua take blame for the loss, or did he do enough on his end to win the game? You tell me. Devin Jordan, thank you for the love on the super chat. Morning O, eggnog or coquito? Neither? Really? No. No, just, yeah. No, definitely no eggnog. Coquito's all right, but it's not something that I really clamor for. You know what? Hot chocolate. Hot chocolate. Okay? Instead of eggnog or coquito, I'm going hot chocolate. Give me a hot chocolate and I'm good, baby. I am good in the hood. So there you go. That's my answer. McDaniel lost that game. Bitcoin is tanking again. I am hoping it goes down to 14, 15, 13. Would be nice. See, some of you look at it like that. I look at it as like, this is awesome. This is all these buying zones for me. I'll buy more and more and more as it goes lower because I know where it's going to go. So I'm not worried about it. You know what I mean? So those of you that don't follow it and all that, you just are believing the FUD and everything else going on. Me, I'm just looking at it like, go ahead, do it. Do it. I'm not flinching whatsoever. Let me see. Let me see what is going on with Bitcoin right now. Where are we at with the Bitcoin? No, it's still the same spot. We're just under 17 and 16.8. There's no nothing. Ethereum is still strong at 1,200. Sadly, sir, it's not happening what you said. I mean, I'm not shocked. I don't think most of you would know anything about Bitcoin if 100,000 of them landed on your head. I doubt you'd know anything about it. But it's great. Big O hot chocolate plus Bally's FTW. Plus Bailey's FTW. Okay. All right. I'll just take the hot chocolate. With the hot chocolate, I am good. When will Bitcoin rebound? Sometime next year. I think by April, you'll start to see that turn. And then by June, I think we start to explode overall. Crypto, stock market, everything. I think the second half of 23 is going to be absolutely beautiful. I think we're still going to be in buying zones for the next couple of months. Maybe we get a little spike here or there, but I don't think there's anything right now that tells you we should have a sustainable run up yet. We're not there yet because we haven't finished. The Feds haven't finished with the rates, and they're still going to probably add another 0.5% and another quarter, and that kind of stuff. And then they'll slow down, and then they'll start to lower. And I think that's when we start to see that turn. And that's why I think we've got to wait a few more months into next year. I've been saying it from the get. Now, again, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not an economist. None of that kind of stuff. Okay, from what I'm seeing and from what I'm following. Okay, I think it's the second half of 2023 that we really start to explode, and your Amazon and your Tesla stocks and all that shit will start to rebound and start getting back up again, and NASDAQ will go to all-time highs, and I think crypto will take off and pick up $1 to $2 trillion in a run next year leading to 2024. Because right now it's hovering just under, I think, $1 trillion. I think it'll get back closer to $3 trillion by the end of next year. because it's the inevitable. The rest of the world is doing it. And, we have to make sure that we stay on top of this, like we do with everything else in the world. This is one technology that we have to make sure we're on top of, because this is the one that's going to make the world even smaller. Okay? It's going to make it a joke. People are going to be able to do transactions very quickly now, and it's not going to take days and wire transfers and all that kind of stuff. It's just business will be able to flow a lot faster because of crypto. There's a lot of shit that people don't understand, but whatever. Time, baby. Time answers all. Game Over says, guys, the major coins, Bitcoin, Ethereum, you need to look at long-term, like if you were buying Coca-Cola. Buy it and don't worry about it for a long time. Who cares if it goes up or down month in, month out? Game Over. You're making sense, bro. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They want to hear panic, bro. So there you go. And by the way, Lofi, I just read your first sentence, and I know where you're going. My crypto conspiracy, they tell everyone to stay out of the exchange. Then, while it makes a once-in-a-lifetime run, the bridges get broken and stuck watching or worse. No, I thought you were going somewhere else. What they're doing is they're scaring the shit out of you so they can buy. That's what they're doing. That's what all these corporations and institutions and, all these people, they throw out all that FUD because they know that the average working person doesn't have strong hands. They're going to get flustered, and they're going to panic, and they're going to sell, and they're going to take their loss, and they're going to get out, and they're going to lower the price, and then in comes the millionaires and the billionaires, and they're scooping it up at lower prices so they can be what they are in the stock market. They are the foundation of the stock market. They're the ones that own all the cheap Amazon stock and all the Tesla and all the Apple stock are really cheap and all that. And then the retail, which is the average person, you and me, you're the one buying the Tesla stock and Amazon stock when it already has climbed. And that's what's going on. To me, that's how it is. They spread that fear and uncertainty, and then behind the scenes, like, how many senators, how many people, congressmen, all those people in Washington, how much those sons of bitches are scooping up Bitcoin right now? While they tell everybody that it's the devil and it's going to hurt the dollar and this and that, they know exactly what's going on and what they've done to the dollar. And meanwhile, behind the scenes, they're piling up their own Bitcoin and Ethereum. Okay, while they tell you one thing, they're doing something completely different. Just like JP Morgan. JP Morgan will tell you about Bitcoin. Oh, it's this, it's hell. Meanwhile, JP Morgan in Europe doesn't stop buying Bitcoin and Ethereum. And the guy is blatantly lying. The CEO of JP Morgan is blatantly lying to people here in the United States. And his European branch is scooping up all the Bitcoin. He got busted for that. Because the problem is you can't lie on the blockchain. It's all there. That's it. There's no hiding it. It's public knowledge. So they know exactly what you're buying. They know how to track it. They know how to trace it. That's why also stealing and money laundering and all those kind of things will be a billion times harder with crypto and the blockchain than it ever will be with money and banks and everything else that goes on nowadays. How they get to do all kinds of shell companies and hide everything and all that. That doesn't happen in crypto. You can't do that. There are hackers that get the money and then it's stuck in a wallet and they can't cash it in. And it's locked in because everybody knows the wallet. And so all the exchanges know that they can't touch it and they can't convert it because authorities are looking at it. So it'll be the U.S. government, it'll be Interpol, it'll be all kinds of people all over the world tracking that wallet. The blockchain is going to change a lot of things, but there's a lot of misconceptions out there. That's why you hear stupid people say, oh, well, it's easier to do criminal activity. No, it's not, you idiot. It's way harder to do it on crypto and the blockchain. It's almost impossible to do it on the blockchain. Whereas with traditional money, it's the easiest thing. But again, if you don't understand the technology, you're going to tell people what really isn't a fact. And that's the sad part. What can I tell you? It is what it is. Oh, I know you're not an advisor, but if you're someone that has nothing in Bitcoin, how much would you invest on a biweekly schedule? Whatever you can afford to lose. That's what you would do with stocks. That's what you do with crypto. That's what you're going to do with real estate. You invest, if it's $10 a week that you can spare, then buy $10 a week of Bitcoin. If it's $20 a week or $200 a week, then do it. Okay? That's how I would do it. That's what I'm doing. My spare money right now, I can't buy enough Bitcoin and Ethereum. Okay? When I have spare money and I've paid my bills and I make sure everything's kosher and I got some extra change, instead of going to, that's why I've gone to less concerts in the last year and a half, besides pandemic and other reasons. You know, Grieper, my buddy, he goes to all the shows, right? And I travel with him all over the place. He's my boy, man. But I have refrained from that because, okay, instead of going to this concert, I'm going to buy a little Ethereum with that money. I'm going to buy more Bitcoin with that money. And I do other things, Polygon and, you know, whatever, Cardano and Algorand and all kinds of others that I like at lower prices. In fact, yesterday, for the hell of it, I got a little Algorand. It was at 18 cents. I'm like, it's just too cheap, you know, and it just, but again, that's just me. Not a financial advisor, just a guy who likes crypto. But to me, Bitcoin and Ethereum can't lose. Like, they are Amazon, they are Apple, they are, you know, that stock that is going to be there forever, you know, and I would invest what you can afford to invest. Whatever discretionary income is what we call it. So instead of going for 2 rounds of golf in the next couple of weeks, go for only 1 round and throw the other one in a little Bitcoin. That's what I would do. And I would keep buying and keep buying. And I'm going to keep buying. If it goes a little lower, I'll buy more. And if it goes a little lower, I'll buy more. And I'll keep buying. And if I can buy more at a lower number, that's what I'm doing. Every time it goes lower, I find a way to buy more and more and more. Because on the next rebound, it is going to be an absolutely beautiful thing. This is when you want to do it, when all the panic is out there, when people think that all hell's breaking loose, as Kiss would say. Hey, have you heard the news? All hell's breaking loose. That's when you do it, right? When there's blood in the streets. Isn't that Warren Buffett, right? Didn't he say that? When there's blood in the streets, that's when you invest. And right now, the streets are as bloody as they can get. I mean, Tesla stock, if I was a big stock guy, I would be scooping up Tesla on the way down here. Every time it gets lower, I'd be buying more and more Tesla, you know, because eventually they'll figure it out and it's going to skyrocket because they do too much, you know. They have too much going on. All right, 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rheaume text line, that's 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rheaume text line. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Brooklyn Rob says, extra change, Acorn. Yep. Although I find myself now, Brooklyn Rob, this is what I'm doing now. This is funny, by the way. This is what you created, by the way. You created this monster now. So now when I have a little extra money, right, I have a percentage for Bitcoin, I have a percentage for Ethereum, and I have a percentage for Acorn. So it's not just my spare change now. Now I'm just like, I'm breaking off a piece of the investment pie for Acorn now because everything is so rock bottom. And remember, on the Acorn, you can also, I have 5% on the Bitcoin ETF. also, which I think ETFs are going to be freaking explosive in the next bear market. I think there's going to be a lot of people because they don't, Brooklyn Rob, you follow crypto, so but since a lot of people don't know about crypto and they don't follow it heavily, ETFs will be a way of doing it, And Rob turned me on to Acorn, which basically is it's a 401k without getting tied down to the 401k and avoiding any penalties if you want to take out your money. That's in the simplest terms, that's what I would compare it to. You can go conservative, you can go medium, you can go aggressive, you can create different plans, just like a 401k, right? And then you control what you want to then invest in. It's a great app. It's by the way, run by responsible companies, and you have the flexibility of pulling your money at any time. It's really cool. Really cool. Brooklyn Rob, thank you, brother. But you created a monster, because now I'm like really into it, trying to build that one up because we're at rock bottom. So I want to make sure that when the stock market and crypto rebound, I'm there to enjoy, to surf that ride home, baby. Surf it home. Big O, apparently the politicians have figured out how to corrupt crypto without repercussions. Well, it's the problem is that first of all, I don't know what we're talking about. Are we talking about how the Dems got a lot of money from FTX or something and then working? Because Gary Densler needs to get in trouble here. He was working with Sam Bankman-Fried. Lots. He met with that guy several times. And Sam Bankman-Fried, that son of a bitch, was trying to, cater laws to give him and his form of business the advantages, not necessarily you, the consumer. And that's where Elizabeth Warren is going to be fighting for you, believe it or not. Believe it or not, Ted Cruz will be fighting for you. He will not get a luggage and run to Acapulco. No, because he's a Bitcoin guy. So he's going to understand it. And that's the good thing, that you have some people that are actually really into crypto and they're open about it. So they understand it and they understand the value of it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure on Ted's side, he's probably buying even more Bitcoin because he's watching, Biden's, whatever that plan he's putting together that is going to spend trillions of dollars and put us even more deeper into a deficit. We screw up the planet for our kids. We screw up our dollars all over the world, right? We bury our governments into deficits. We've done everything to screw our kids and our kids' kids. You know what I mean? We've done everything to make their world even more shittier. It's sad, man. Sad how irresponsible we are in every way, shape, and form. So anyway, no regulation is what's hurting crypto. Well, yes, and but remember, not so much. Crypto will get its own regulations, but what we really got to regulate are the cryptocurrency exchanges, the DeFis, the CeFis. Those are the people that need to get regulated. You know what I mean? Coinbase is regulated every single day. There's a government arm that they use, but it's not, it's not necessarily regulation, but they use a legal service, one of the top accounting firms in the world, that actually, kind of runs their books every day to make sure they're whole. So, Coinbase is and by the way, their stock has gone, it's like at $30-something. And that stock was like nearly $300 or over $300 when it first came out. Yeah. If you do crypto, get the cold wallets. Luigi, that's what we've been talking about forever. That's why you're your own bank, man. That's the beauty of it all. But the regulations have got to go to the cryptocurrency exchanges and the DeFis and the CeFis. That will protect the consumer. That is the most important thing. BitBop says Tesla will rebound as soon as Elon finishes playing with his latest shiny toy. Yeah, but that shit is sucking up some money, BitBop. Like, wow, he is losing a lot with Twitter. Luckily, he has a ton. Binance just got done moving $8 billion for Iran a month ago. Now, Ted Cruz on your side isn't a good thing, Big O. Listen, I'm not a Ted Cruz fan. To be quite honest, that gutless piece of turd, while his state is broken down and freezing, his punk ass is running over to Mexico to go find, a heater. So I'm not a Ted Cruz guy, but I'm a crypto guy. And I will say he is a Bitcoin guy. See, the thing about politics for some of you out there is if you're this Democrat, everything that's Republican is bad. And if you're a Republican, everything that's Democrat is bad. I don't look at it that way. I look at it that there's good and bad on both sides. And there are some things that I like and some things that I don't like. That's why I will vote for a Republican and I will vote for a Democrat, because I don't care about either party. Both parties are all screwed up. Their extreme lefts and their extreme rights are a joke. So that's why I don't care about either side. It's like technically I'm an independent in a way. You know what I mean? Because there's no way I could ever really care about either side, the way how polluted both sides are. So while I may not like some things about Ted Cruz, I do like the fact that he's very, pro Bitcoin. He has his state leads in mining in the United States. I don't know if you know that, but he's very pro crypto, very pro Bitcoin. So again, there are some things I don't like about him, and then there are some things I like. Miss Warren, there are some things I like about her, and then there's some things I don't like about her. You know what I mean? Same thing with Biden, same thing with Trump, same thing with. There's always going to be some things, Okay, I may not like Trump, but he's right about the border. You got to shut that shit down. And somehow we don't shut it down. Okay? Now there's a crop of other things that I can come up with that I can't stand about Trump. But that I'm not going to hold it against one person or the other, their political stance. I don't care about that because I don't care about either side. You know what I mean? So there are things that I'm going to like about one candidate, and there are things I'm not going to like about another candidate. The problem that we all got to figure out here is we're not ever going to like everything about a candidate. It's probably impossible for any of us to like everything about one candidate. Wow, that's tough. That's really tough. So again, not a Cruz fan, but there are some things that I think, he's got right. And Bitcoin is definitely one of them that he's got right. Lofi says, you lean left? No, I don't lean either way because I voted for both. So it doesn't really matter to me. Bitcoin is not an asset like real estate where you can collect rent, stocks, where you can collect a dividend or bonds, where you can get paid interest. Roberto Negron, bro, stop talking. You can get loans off your Bitcoin. You can get paid interest off of Bitcoin. What are you talking about, dude? Just shut up, dude. You're a dumbass. All right? Roberto, eres un come mierda. No sabes nada. ¿Entiendes? You got that now? Was that clear enough for you? Brother, when you don't know anything, shut the hell up. Just shut up already. You can use your own bank. You can loan out off your Bitcoin to people. What the hell are you talking about? Just like you can rent a house out, you can loan money out off Bitcoin and make interest off of it. Yeah. Some of you out there, man, listen, dude, if you don't know anything about it, just shut up. Because then when you open your mouth, you just tell everybody you're stupid. You're ignorant. You don't know shit. Roberto Negron. And I'm expecting your $2,000 tomorrow. Bitbop says, Big O, wouldn't it be cool if we had a reality TV show, political swap, like Wife Swap, so we can see how the other side lives? Love it. Big O, when you weigh in as much as we all do, it's not safe to lean left or right. We would fall over. Amen. Definitely, bro. Yeah. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, we I guess Roberto, your text will no longer be read anymore. You're too fucking stupid to read it. It's I've wasted enough time with your sorry ass. Anyway, so let's get into a little bit more. By the way, nice job by beating Virginia 66-64. They're 12-1, 3-0 in the ACC. I wish I could get excited about it, but I can't get excited about college basketball anymore. Is that bad on my part, by the way? Is some of you out there, you got the same thing? It's like I can't get excited about this college basketball. It does nothing for me. You know, it's just one of those, like love Michelle Kaufman. She's writing about, how people take notice and this, that. I'm like, yeah, I don't really care. It does nothing for me whatsoever. Zero. They got Vermont on December 28th. That's all I can tell you. Let me give you a little music news here to talk about, by the way, because we do have a little music news to actually get into. And by the way, if you want to get into the program, you can reach out to us at 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always, because that, my friends, is a 24-hour talk show telling you a little bit about music history today. In 1980, on this date, 18 days after he was shot to death, John Lennon's song "Just Like Starting Over" topped the singles charts. I saw this today, and I was a kid back in the day when that happened. And what an album, by the way. One of the best albums of that era. Lennon went out with leaving like just, a masterpiece. Overall, when you check that album out, that to me is just one of those great albums. And I remember how kind of the world stopped. It was one of those things, because I think a lot of us still kind of had hope that they would get back together for a tour. And at that time still, it was fresh enough in the world that the Beatles were the Beatles. It's just like one of the greatest bands of all time. We fast forward 45, 50 years later, and younger generations now, they probably don't have nearly the appreciation for the Beatles like the older generations do. Maybe younger musicians do, because they kind of realize that the heart and soul of a lot of music comes from those guys, you know what I mean? And what they did and what they were able to accomplish and where they were able to go. And I think that the death of John Lennon, that was one of those things that, besides losing one of the great musicians of all time and one of the Beatles, it was also heartbreaking to know that you were never going to see the original Beatles ever again because of what happened with John Lennon. In 85 on this date, Bruce Springsteen's album Born in the USA passed Michael Jackson's Thriller to become the second longest lasting LP in the top 10 of the Billboard 200. It stayed there for 79 weeks. I remember going to that concert in the Orange Bowl. That was actually a really fun concert in the Orange Bowl. It was cool to go see Bruce Springsteen. I've seen him several times. That was my first time ever seeing Bruce for the Born in the USA tour. What else do we have here? In 2010 on this date, Kings of Leon postponed their London concert when 2 of their buses caught fire while parked in the lot at the O2 Arena. It took 60 firefighters to put out the flames, which took too long to douse, causing the band to be unable to set up for the sold-out show. Who would know, right? Who left a pipe on a couch, right? Somebody, right? In 2012 on this date, this is classic, 65-year-old Rolling Stone Ronnie Wood married 34-year-old Sally Humphreys at a ceremony in London. Richards, Rod Stewart, and Paul McCartney were all in attendance. So think about it. It's 2000. So we're 10 years later. He's 75 and she's 44. Those are some of the things that happen in music history. You know what also happened? Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody, listen to this, hit 2 billion streams on Spotify. Wow. Not iTunes, not SoundCloud, not Stitcher, not wherever else, Amazon, wherever else you can listen to the music, just Spotify streams. 2 billion. That is nuts, dude. Back in early 21, the legendary song was certified diamond by the Record Industry of America, surpassing 10 million or more sales and streams equivalent in the United States. The achievement made Queen the first British band to ever earn a Diamond Song Award in the history of the U.S. music business. Brian May had this to say at the time. This is incredible news. At times like this, I have to pinch myself to be sure it's real. All those wild dreams we had, this is beyond any of them. Huge thanks to all who have believed in us over the years. Roger Taylor added, it's wonderful and gratifying, though, to know that the song has reached out and connected with so many people. We thank all. Onwards. 2 billion streams of Bohemian Rhapsody on Spotify now. That is, wow, dude. 2 billion. Now that, my friends, that is some strong stuff right there. Queen is so good. So damn good. God. That is impressive stuff. All right. The other thing that we like to talk about here in the world of sports is when sports and business collide. We like doing something called the KSDT CPA Sports Business Report. All right, it looks like you will now find out where you are going to have to go for your NFL Sunday ticket. Now, we had Apple, Amazon, and YouTube all battling for this. Last week, Apple dropped out, left the race down to Amazon and to YouTube, Google, whatever. It's all the same shit. So those two are battling it out. Now comes word that Google, YouTube, has won the battle for the rights to the NFL Sunday ticket. And DirecTV has had this thing since 94. They're paying $1.5 billion a year for it. Well, YouTube, and I'm a YouTube subscriber, they are going to be paying $2.5 billion next year for the rights to own the NFL Sunday ticket. So something tells me that if you're a YouTube subscriber like I am, I think it's going to go up a little bit. I think we're going to have to pay, an extra, I don't know, $10, $15. I don't know what the hell they're going to raise it, because obviously they've got to raise it some overall. But wow, that is amazing, dude. Where are you, Sean? Are you still cable, satellite? Have you detached from that stuff? Are you platforming? Because I got no more cable, no satellite in my house. We're platforming.
No, I'm Xfinity.
Oh, you're Xfinity still. Okay. All right. You'll still get, by the way, you'll still have sports. You'll still have, football. You'll still have it on free TV. You'll still have the Amazon. If you have Amazon, you'll get to see it. You don't? You're not on Amazon?
I'm Amazon, but now what Xfinity done is every time you do it, so now like Hulu is part of it. I get Hulu, I get Peacock, and of course the ESPN package stuff, but all that's included in there. So I have them, but basically almost every streaming service with my.
You got to have it nowadays.
Yeah,
and you got kids, so you got to have Disney too, right?
Yeah, well, it's the ESPN, Disney, and
Hulu.
And Hulu
Right.
bundle. Yeah.
Right, it's a package.
Yeah, but what happens is when you pay your Xfinity, it comes with it.
Oh,
So
okay.
I don't. It's part of the X1 and package and things like that. So
Okay, there you go. All right. Let's see, what do we have here? Look up Bilderberg Group annual meetings at Bohemian Grove to know what's going on. The NFL is the division. Oh, wait a minute. We got some super chats here. Let me check it out. Okay, wait a minute. Let me make sure. Okay, here we go. True Fin fan. Wait, did someone just ask you if our Pro Bowl QB under his rookie contract comes back next year? You have home smart intellectual listeners, brother. I did not see that. I did not see that. Why are we talking contract, by the way? He's got 2 more years left.
it was back to the question where somebody said if Tua doesn't make the playoffs, do we get rid of him or something like that?
Yeah. Again, is it Tua's fault? That's the thing. By the way, did he say I didn't check? Did he say Tua did enough to win? I forgot to check that. True Fin fan, another super chat. Thank you, sir. Which QB have we had in the Pro Bowl since Marino? None. Nobody's ever made the Pro Bowl for the Dolphins since Marino. Nobody should make the Pro Bowl since Marino. They've never had a quarterback like this. Is the best quarterback they've had since Marino, like by miles and miles and miles. Not even close. Bip Bop, thank you. Wouldn't it be cool if we had a reality TV? Oh, we read this one. Oh, yes. Wife swap so we can see how the other side lives. Yes, that would be funny. Okay, so thank you all out there. You know what? I forgot to check. If any of you have sent any donations over through Cash App or Venmo, that is Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show at Cash App or Venmo. I did get our typical hateful response from Steve M yesterday. He said, since we were talking about winning with weak numbers, when Tua started 3-0, he had one big quarter against Baltimore. The other 11 quarters, he had 4 TDs, 2 interceptions. That's only 2 more TDs than our defense scored. So please slow down on Herbert squeaking by teams. Yeah, he squeaked by with a field goal. That's what I told Steve M. He squeaked by with a field goal this week. The Baltimore game, Tua came back from 21 points down. So he had to throw several touchdowns to the great quarterback that could get only 1 touchdown and 370 yards against the Dolphins. What can I tell you? What can I tell you, folks? All right. I do want to remind you, by the way, that if you ever need life insurance, and listen, I know mortgage payments, childcare, other expenses, they don't disappear when you're gone, folks. Life insurance, by the way, through your workplace also may not offer the protection for your family's needs. And if you won't follow, and if it won't follow you, by the way, if you leave your job, so then that leaves you at a disadvantage. So since life insurance typically gets more expensive as we age, now, folks, is the time. Policy Genius gives you a smarter way to find and buy the right coverage for you and your family. Now, let me tell you something, folks. If you have life insurance and all that, you know how it is. You kind of feel like there's a safety net there, at least. And those of us as guys, that's a responsibility. That's a burden that we carry as being providers, right? And a lot of mothers and a lot of wives out there are feeling the same way as a lot of husbands out there, a lot of men, that they are the providers too. And so you want to make sure you have a backup plan. And we're not all going to be here forever. And if we do have some issues, we don't want our families carrying all that burden. That's why Policy Genius is awesome. It was built to modernize the life insurance industry, and their technology, by the way, makes it easy so you can compare life insurance quotes from the top companies like AIG, Prudential in just a few clicks so you can find your lowest price. Now, with Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies that start as low as $17 per month for $500,000 coverage. And at Policy Genius, they've got licensed agents who can help you find options that offer coverage in as little as a week and avoid unnecessary medical exams. Now, they're not incentivized, so they're not there to recommend one insurer over another, so you can actually trust their guidance. That way it's not, all of a sudden they're going to be biased for something because they're going to get commissioned more for one or the other. That's not good for you, folks. There are no added fees, and your personal info is private, which we all need that. No wonder they've got thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot. Listen, your loved ones deserve a financial safety net. That's what it's all about. That's what we've been talking about. And you deserve a smarter way to find it. Hell, we don't have a lot of time. We can't spend hours and hours doing this. Policy Genius will do it so quickly for you. Go to policygenius.com, click the link in the description to get your free life insurance quotes and see how much you can save. That's policygenius.com. All right. Okay, let's take a quick break. I have not broken here for 2 hours, to be quite honest. I have talked straight for 2 hours. Give me 2 minutes here to rest the voice and get ready for hour number 3 right here on the Big O Radio Show.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right. There we are. We are back, rocking and rolling. Jeffrey Corris says, any person who asks the state for tax credits has no place at all discussing welfare in America, just like no businessman has a place to discuss immigration. They just want cheap labor. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have here? I had Herbert as my fantasy QB. The bum cost me in the playoffs with his one touchdown performance against the Titans. Yeah. No, but he's the second coming, bro. He's the greatest of all time. He's just so amazing. He, wins everything and all that. They're wowed by him. We love how they're wowed by him. They're freaking out, is what it is. By the way, NatureBee.com, a proud sponsor of our program. We love the folks at NatureBee. And folks, remember, you buy 2 months right now for $66. Okay? And then we're going to give you our third month for free and free shipping. So you're going to get 3 months for $66, less than $1 a day. You're going to get that protection. You're going to get the free shipping. It boosts your immune system, which for me, that's the golden part of it all. Okay. Yeah. It fuller hair, stronger nails for you ladies out there. Your nails will grow with a quickness, by the way. I've been taking NatureBee for 20 years. Okay. And my nails, I swear to you, I got to cut them practically every week. I'm serious. That's how fast my nails grow. So for you ladies out there, it's amazing. It's great for digestion. It's great for the creaky bones. And then, of course, it gives you energy, too, throughout the day. And it's potentiated. So they break down those cells. So immediately when you absorb it, it gets right into your system. That's what it's all about, folks. And here's the beauty of it. Okay. It's pure plant pollen. It comes from clean green New Zealand, right from Mother Nature. No chemicals, not made in a lab or anything. It's all from Earth. Okay. It's a beautiful thing. But grab any capsule and break it and try to taste that powder, and it usually tastes like crap because it's made in some lab somewhere. This is natural plant pollen. Put it in your mouth, you're going to go, wow, doesn't taste bad. There's no bitter beer face or anything like that. So that's the beauty of Nature Bee. So check it out, folks. Go to naturebee.com. Use our code Big O. First 2 months, third month for free shipping. They've got all kinds of other products I show you all the time. Here you go. The honey drops. So if you've got a sore throat, lemon and honey, the Manuka honey drops. You can check that out. Of course, here's a little Nature Bee. Do I have my no, I don't think I have my lip balm here. It's usually in my luggage or in the car. I keep one in the car. I keep one in my travel pack, so that way I never forget them. So if I travel, I know I'm always going to have one in the travel pack, and I leave it there. And then the soap is out of control. Smells so good. You know what these things remind me of? They don't smell exactly like that, but they smell so good. Now, I've got to go here to the Latin side of the world. Okay. I don't know if everybody does this, but my grandmother used to put soaps in her drawers where all her clothes were at. She would put soaps in there, so it'd give it a little bit of a scent. I don't know if that you got any type of parent or somebody that does that kind of stuff. But my point is, they got all kinds of products there at Nature Bee. Wrinkle cream. My wife swears by the wrinkle cream. I can't because I don't use it, but she swears by it. She loves it. So there's all kinds of other products, not just Nature Bee. In fact, Gus 1388, because I was dealing with a sore throat, he's the guy that told me about the honey and lime drops. I had no idea that they had those things. You know that? So how about that? And I've been, a Nature Bee guy for a long, long time, 20 years. So go to naturebee.com, use our code, get the first 2 months, get the third month for free and free shipping. You are going to love it for only $66. It's a beautiful thing. naturebee.com. Yes, GP Trap. I have not spoken about it yet. Franco Harris passed away at the age of 72. Obviously, the Immaculate Reception, which is what he was known for, and obviously being in that backfield with Rocky Bleier. Who else am I forgetting? Right, there was somebody else back there in that. They had another running back. I forgot who it was, but obviously Swan, Stallworth, Terry Bradshaw, and Mean Joe Green, Mel Blount. I mean, it just that's a sick team. That was so loaded with talent all over the place. It was one of the more talented teams I've ever seen in my life. It reminds me of those 90 Cowboys that were so freaking loaded, those Buffalo Bills teams from the early 90s that were incredibly loaded on both sides of the ball. Just a really, really impressive team. And Franco Harris obviously loses his life, unfortunately, and passes away at the age of 72. And a lot of memories for Franco Harris. Hell of a player, man. Hell of a player. Willie the Dolphin says, Big O, only Dolphin source. No more stupid Dolphin shows or hypothetical Baja talk shows. Jeffrey says Nature Bee is bomb. It is the bomb. It's a great product, man. It's always been it's a great company. They just do things the right way. They're really good people. I've known Jeff Cook for over 20 years now, and I know his family, and his daughter now is taking over the business because, as generations, as you grow, the generations develop. And so, his daughter now is kind of taking over the business as Jeff is getting closer to retirement. And it's just, they just do things the right way, man. That's all. They're not trying to rip people off, and they're not trying to create, some scams or products that aren't really, no, their products are excellent. Excellent. They really take the time to, whatever it is that they do, They do their best in all these products. It's just, those are the facts, man. And you'll see, if you take Nature B in the first couple of weeks, you'll start feeling it. And then obviously you'll see the results as time goes on. You'll go, wow, I'm getting less colds. It doesn't affect me nearly as much. And by the way, that's the other thing. The cold doesn't stay with you. It gets out of your system a little faster than it normally would. You'll notice that too as you're taking Nature B over time, that even if you do get one, because you're obviously, it's not going to stop you. It's not going to stop all colds. It's impossible. But you're going to get them less, and the few times that you do get them, out of your system quickly, which is pretty cool. So let's see. Big O, if you want scents, Dr. Squash soap bars smell great. Is that commercial with the chicks and all? By the way, isn't Justin Herbert one of their spokespeople? Is that the one? I think that's the same one. I think that's the one you're talking about. Bradshaw could launch that bomb. He did have a good arm. Definitely. Yep. George says, Big O, I agree with you for the most part, but he went for 2 halfway through the third. Was that too soon? Oh, yeah, no. The 2-point conversion he did early on, that was not smart. That was in the first half. He did not have to do that. Frenchie Fuqua. There we go. Thank you. Big O, why is McDaniel catching crap from Barry over not being in defensive meetings? Is it normal for a defensive coach to deal with the offense and let the D coordinators coach and work the defense? I don't think it's such a big deal. You know what I mean? I'm not. He's not a defensive coach, even though he's the head coach. He's still not the defensive coach. And then the other thing is, you don't want to micromanage. That was the problem with Flo. Flo micromanaged everything. Dave Wannstedt wanted to micromanage everything. You got to delegate and give your I'm not on Sean's ass all the time about, hey, do this, do that. No, you did this wrong. No, dude. If not, then why am I working with Sean then? Why would I work with somebody that I have to then manage all the goddamn time? I don't have time for that. You'd like to hire people and you'd like to work with people that can carry their weight. If I got to carry somebody else, then I don't need that person with me. I need somebody that helps me. You know what I mean? And that's what McDaniel needs. McDaniel needs to focus on the offense, run the team overall, but he can't go micromanage the special teams and the defense all the time. His thing is offense. And by the way, he's not perfect there. He needs to fix that. So to me, it's not a big deal. And again, I just don't think that the defensive issues, they're disturbing, but there's a reason why they're disturbing, and I just don't lay it at the feet of Josh Boyer that, oh my God, he's doing a terrible job. No, I think he's doing a solid job overall, considering the crappiness that he has to deal with right now. So I don't think the micromanagement is going to do anything. What is McDaniel going to do to get Chubb to play better? What are you going to do? What are any of us going to do? There's nothing you can do. It's up to Bradley Chubb to play better. What are you going to do to make X play better? Because without those two guys, that changes everything on this defense. Everything. And if those guys don't or can't play at an incredibly high level, like they're both paid to play, think about that. You're paying those guys to be superstars. Not good players, not average players, superstars. And they're not even playing at a Pro Bowl level. They're not even playing at an average level right now. What is Boyer going to do? What is McDaniel going to do? What are you going to do? What am I going to do? It's up to them, not us. And maybe it's not even up to X. That, Chubb, I don't know about any injuries with Chubb, so he gets no breaks with me. I got to give X a little. I got to give him the benefit of the doubt, because if he still has I don't think groin injuries heal during the season. I just have a hard time believing that the position he plays is going to allow him to heal his groin, during the season. I just, it doesn't make any sense. That just doesn't compute in my mind. You know what I'm saying? So just weird, man. Really weird. Such an odd thing overall. What are you going to do? And so to me, it doesn't matter if McDaniel is in the meeting or not. That's not going to make a bit of difference. So if Barry thinks that, then he and I completely disagree on that one. Says former FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried will be heading to the U.S. to face criminal charges after a Bahama judge approves his extradition request. Well, the poor baby needs to eat some vegan food. His parents, by the way, who also might be going to jail soon too, because they're part of this scam. His parents were like complaining that he's not having his vegan meal. Oh, man. Downgrade his pay would be nice, right? Would be nice if you can do that. So, Big O, it's starting to look like 95 loaded underachievers. I'm not going to go there, man, because there's reasons for the stuff that's going on. So it's not really that you're better than what you're supposed to be. And this past week I got to blame McDaniel a lot. He had the game in his hand to manage it differently, and I think it would have been a different outcome, if he takes the extra point, if he runs the ball instead of throwing it on those third downs. I think he keeps it alive. There were things that he could have done in this game. Maybe not put Braylon Sanders in that position. I don't care that he was running those routes during the week or something. Brother, use Cedric, use Gesicki. Use something more experienced there at that spot. So I agree with you if they were better than what they are right now, but no. But the coach has to be better. That I will tell you, but I'm not going to necessarily blame it all on the players. Although receivers we can add, that's where the money is at, and they underachieved. They didn't help out. Big O, what is Coach Cristobal going to do with McLean? Who's he talking about? McLean?
I think he's talking McLean.
What McLean are we talking about?
The number one get for Mario. His mom tweeted out that he wasn't signing
McLean or whatever.
Yeah. His mom tweeted out he's not signing today. He's not saying that he's not signing. It's just he's not signing.
Dude, I don't give a shit about any of that. That's all crap. A year from now, he's not happy with what he's doing, and he's transferring out. I'll get excited about all these guys when they're on the field performing. I'm not this. I'm a grown ass man, dude. I'm not here to get excited or disappointed about some punky high school kid, whether he signs or he doesn't sign or whatever his, wherever his emotions are swaying and all that. I just wait for them to take the field, and then I watch them perform, and then I get excited about them after I watch them perform. But I'm not going to get excited or pissed off because, whatever. Willie Williams comes or he doesn't. Doesn't matter to me now, right? After experiencing the Willie Williams thing, it doesn't matter to me. Oh, you get Tate Martell, and so what, dude? And you get DJ Ivy, and so what? There's lots of guys that you get, and then when they get here and they were 4 or 5 stars and they're nothing. And Cromani McLean may be nothing. And he might be something, but the fact that I don't know what a high school kid is going to do, I don't give a shit if he signs or if he doesn't sign. That's not I don't care. I'm not losing sleep. It doesn't matter to me. None of this stuff really, it's silly. It's the silliest thing to be so excited about some kid that you have no idea if he's really mentally tough, or was he just part of, John Bosco High School winning 50-something games in a row, and that Tate Martell was the quarterback, and that team was so dominant that he didn't even have to throw the ball that much. And yet Ohio State and Miami gets fooled like he can actually play. And, he comes with all the hype and all the followers on social media, and none of it means a goddamn thing. So you guys want to get excited on, high school recruiting? You can go do that, brother. But for me, I don't really give a shit. I'll wait till I actually see them on the field producing or not producing. And then I'll get excited or pissed off. Right? But I'm not going to be pissed off about some high school kid that doesn't sign here or signs here. I don't care. It doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference. Because he might be some petulant child that 6 months from now, they spoke to him the wrong way, and he goes and gets into the transfer portal and leaves. A year from now, he doesn't win a job, and he leaves. And then what? You got all excited for him. How'd it go with Jake Garcia? Oh, my God, Jake's coming, and this and that. You remember our boy? We were at Onside, and what's our boy that was with Toast?
Marsh.
Marsh got so excited that Jake Garcia signed. Do you remember this? He jumped into the pool. You remember that? So, at this point, he wants to drown himself in the pool. Jake Garcia can't hit the ocean. Standing right there on South Beach, on the sand, with the Clevelander 150 yards behind him. The water's hitting his feet. We're asking Jake Garcia, hit ocean, and that mofo can't hit ocean. And I believe he was a 5-star or 4-star. And we had people going crazy for him. And I laughed at Marsh then, and I laugh at everybody now, that who gives a shit what Cromani does, or Komani, or whatever his effing name is. He only matters to me when he actually takes the field and produces. But signing some letter of intent or saying that I'm coming to the University of Miami, kiss my ass. And you grown men out there that get excited about all of this, get laid. Get laid. Seriously, get laid. Do something productive. Who gives a shit about a bunch of kids that you have no idea what they got in their minds and what they're going to decide 6 months from now or a year from now? Just because they commit doesn't mean they're coming. Just because they're coming doesn't mean they're going to play. Just because they get to play doesn't mean they can play. So, when you get excited? When you find out that Jake Garcia can actually play, that DJ Ivy's actually a really good corner, and neither one were. And you can get excited about 4 and 5 stars, and guess what? They're just falling stars. That's what they are. Let's step into the huddle. with Matt Verderam.
Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The Huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
I hope I didn't insult you. I hope you're not one of those grown-ass men that get excited about high school recruiting and going to college. What's your college team?
First of all, I got to tell you, I couldn't tell you one single recruit coming out of high school. I don't care because none of it matters. Call me when these kids are 2 years into their careers. And then as someone in my position, in my field, I'll care. Then I'll care. Then I'll reach out to a GM and go, "What do you think?"
What's your school?
Oh, I went to a school that was D3. They didn't have football. It was all about a hockey school.
Okay, so who do you follow then? What's your team in college?
None of them.
None. Really?
When I was a I got to tell you, because in New York, nobody cares about.
You're not in New York, bro. You're like, you're in an area of the country that.
Now it's Big Ten country.
Football's God for everybody.
Big Ten country shoes. But you got to realize in New York, where I grew up the first 25 years of my life, it was like you had Syracuse a couple hours away and Rutgers. And let me tell you something. That's no way to live. Okay.
Yeah, no, I know.
So, I mean, I'm a quarter Irish, so I guess like Notre Dame as a kid, like I followed Notre Dame, but I like watching college football. I just like watching the big games. I like sitting down watching the big games. But I don't have a team that I'm like actually invested in.
I just find it funny how people their emotions are swayed and they actually care whether some kid's coming or not and this and that and I love these 4 and 5 star things and they measure these kids when they don't know jack crap about most of these guys and how they're going to handle the next level and all of that. I've just seen so many disappointments that I find it a waste of time.
It is.
To actually even give a shit about it, to be quite honest.
Let's
be honest.
Look at how many guys in the pros right now are guys that have like 1 offer, 2 offers. Like they were not. I mean, Burrow is a perfect example of a guy who was nobody. He transferred from Ohio State. He couldn't hack it. Goes to LSU. Has the most incredible season we've ever seen from a quarterback. I mean, Mahomes was a guy at Texas Tech with a losing record that was not heavily recruited. There's a lot of
Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson. I mean,
like,
so many examples of guys. Tony Romo, who was a damn good quarterback at Eastern Illinois, right? Like, it doesn't. And then there's Josh Rosen, who was the biggest prospect in the world and was fine in college, was good in college, and then went to the pros and was absolutely terrible. So, to me, I don't cover college football for a living. I cover the NFL. I watch college football to enjoy it and also to look at like the top 100 draft prospects. Other than that, no, I don't care, man. Call me when you're ready to get to the pros and you're going to be a draft pick, and then we'll talk.
Right. No, I'm with you there. I wanted to talk to you about this because, down here, people are picking on Josh Boyer. And I'm kind of defending. I defend Josh Boyer because, one, they've got 5 players that they can count on defense. I mean, and X is not one of them, and neither is Bradley Chubb right now. The Bradley Chubb deal has been so far like a negative. I'm not giving up on the guy. I'm not giving up on the guy, but so far it's not even paying off. And right now it's Sealer, it's Wilkins, it's Phillips, it's Holland, and it's Kohou. Okay, a Division II undrafted guy. Okay, those are the 5 guys that are reliable on defense right now. Last time I checked, there's 11. So, listen, I lived Marino, so I can name countless games where Marino threw his ass off, 300-400 yards, put up 35, 40, 42, 45 points. And then the defense gave up 37, 46, 48. And you're sitting there at the end of the game going, dude, Marino lit them up, but damn it, the defense lost the game. That has not happened one time this season for the Miami Dolphins. Not one time has the offense lit it up that the defense ended up giving up more points, and that's it. No, every time they've actually done enough to keep you in games. They don't shut anybody down. The Ravens, they gave up those points in the first half, and they did shut them down in the second half.
Right.
Detroit, they gave up points in the first half, and they did shut them down in the second half. But in the totality, they still gave up points.
Sure.
But they do enough. Even in the Buffalo game, if you watched it, they got a late turnover, and Miami did nothing with it. And Miami could have run the ball on 3rd and short countless times, and McDaniel, for some brain fart reason, kept passing the ball. He took a 2-point conversion in the first quarter when, brother, it's the beginning of the game. How arrogant can you be? Just take the point on the road. But here's my long-ass question to you. And this is what I'm trying to tell the Dolphin fans, and I think you're going to be able to relate with me here. We got to stop this shit, bro. There aren't a lot of great defenses anymore in the NFL. Maybe San Francisco, maybe you'll find another one or something. Most everybody else, it's win and survive, dude. It's just do enough to get by. And I'm looking at the Kansas City Chiefs, and the Houston Texans lit them up for 500 yards. But what happened? You won, right? It was ugly as hell. It wasn't pretty. I'm sure it was a Maalox moment for you, but you won, dude. And I think we're like at that NFL now that nobody really has a luxury of a great defense that's going to shut people out. Just do enough to win. And even the Kansas City Chiefs have to just do enough to win, even on defense.
So, yeah, I mean, if you want to go that route, and yeah, it was enough Maalox to last a lifetime. But they actually, so in the Houston game, the Denver game, they gave up 28 points to Denver, who can't score at all. Now, last week actually was interesting. The Chiefs outgained them by 300 yards and gave up 24 points because they kept turning the football over.
Right.
They just kept handing them the ball at the 20-yard line. They here, beat us. And then missed the field. Well, whatever. We're not here to talk about the Chiefs. Look, so the Dolphins for me, I get they gave up 32 points, but you know what? When you play the Bills, the Bengals, the Chiefs, these teams that can light it up, the league is made in a way now where those teams are going to score. Like, for an example, the Chiefs, they average 30 points. They average that. Like, if you hold the Chiefs to 30 points, it's an average day for the Chiefs. If you're going to beat those teams, you have to outscore them. And you've got to be good situationally on defense. Like, if you want to get on Boyer and the Dolphins, my criticism of the Dolphins in that game would have been on 3rd down when the Bills went 8 of 14. Okay. But I'm not going to sit here and kill them for giving up yardage and giving up 32 points against a team that, like, they're going to score. That team is going to score points. I think if you're the Dolphins, like, you've got to be better on 3rd down. And then in the red zone, you got to go better than giving up 4 touchdowns and 5 trips. That, to me, if I'm Boyer, that's what I'm annoyed about, is the red zone and 3rd down. I'm not annoyed. Look, they're going to move the football. They're going to score some points, but you've got to tighten them. That's why they beat them in the first game. They were good in limiting opportunities. Bass misses a kick. The Bills moved the ball even more in the first game. They had more yardage in the first game, but they were limited on offense. Now, to me, I wrote about this in Stacking the Box on Monday. What cost the Dolphins a game was their head coach in that game. Yeah. When you are sitting there, and I detailed, I believe it was 3 plays I thought cost them the game. When you're in these 3rd and shorts, and
31,
you're
32, 33.
over and over and over, and you're cramming the ball down Buffalo's throat. The Bills could not stop them from running the football. Could not stop them. Had no answer the whole game. Why you would throw the ball in those situations, I have no idea. The one that to me was the most egregious was when they got the ball, when they were up 5, they forced a turnover in the early part of the 4th quarter. And I think it was 3rd and 1, maybe it's 3rd and 2. And they throw a pass behind the line of scrimmage to Alec Ingold. Look, run the damn ball. And if you don't pick up the 1st down, run it again. Because kicking a field goal there keeps it a 1-score game, and it allows Buffalo to stay in the game. You go down the field and score there, you probably win the game. You get up 12 points, the game's probably over. Yeah. I thought the Dolphins, and then there was another time early in the game, there was a second drive of the game. They had a 3rd and 1 at Buffalo's 11, and Tua takes a sack. in a spot where, look, man, you cannot take a sack. Like,
No.
you got to throw. I don't care if you throw the
He had
ball.
to get rid of
30
that
yards
ball. He just
deep.
hung on to it.
He was holding it. You've got to get rid of the ball. But he never should have thrown it in the first place. You just run all the way down the field with Mostert.
Right.
Like that. To me, you can talk about the defense, Tua, this, that, and the other. Look, they lost that game because on 3rd and short, they did exactly what Buffalo was praying they would do.
Well, it
Anytime
also
you
it
play a
also
game-
didn't help that Tyreek and Sherfield drop a touch on the same drive. They dropped 2 touchdowns in the end zone.
They
You
did.
know what I mean? And then
Sherfield's
here's where Mike McDaniel also screwed up. He puts in Braylon Sanders, an undrafted rookie who only played earlier in the year and effed up. He effed up when he played. He sends him downfield, and if you notice, that's the same play they beat Buffalo with earlier in the season, where he was splitting the safeties. The kid stops. Apparently, he has that whole thing where objects appear closer than they really are in the mirror and all that, and the ball sails over him. That if young child run, he throws you another touchdown. That's another touchdown that Tua threw in that moment there, because he's supposed to split the safeties and keep riding, and the kid stopped to play defense when the ball sailed over him by 15 yards. And it's like, yo, dude, you didn't read it right. And so that's a stupid move by the coach, because Cedric Wilson's experienced. Gesicki's never used. I mean, my God, how about that big target down the middle of the field? Why not? Try that. You know what I mean? These are things, and then, like I said, going for the 2-point conversion in that first quarter, that's arrogance right there. It's like, there's no chart, bro. There's no chart there. Take the point. You're on the road, bro. Shut up and take the point. You're moving the ball on them. You should feel good. Take the point.
It felt like a little bit of a panic move early. Look, I would say this: if I'm the Dolphins, I feel 2 ways.
I'm going arrogance, bro. When you go third and short pass, and then you do that early with the 2-point, I'm going arrogance. That you think your stuff is not going to get stopped.
What he said after the game was insane to me. And look, I'm a big McDaniel fan. I think he's done a great job. But what he said after the game about, will we stop running the ball because we wanted to get ahead of Buffalo's adjustments? Bro, make him adjust to you. If you're cramming the ball for 7.5 yards a clip, like, they haven't adjusted to crap. Make them do it. I was shocked that he said that. That's like if Mahomes threw 20 straight completions like he did against Houston, and then the Chiefs just started running the ball at will. And we got to get ahead of it. No, you don't. You have to keep throwing the football. But I thought in that game, look, there's 2 ways to take that game, and I think both are valid. One is, look, a lot of people thought the Dolphins were going to get killed in that game. They didn't. The Dolphins probably should have won that game. Really should have. So if I'm a Dolphins fan, I'm looking at it and saying it sucks that they lost, but they showed they could go up there and play them in a weather that nobody thought they could beat them in, and they could absolutely beat them in that weather. But the other side of it is they made the little mistakes that are big mistakes in big games. You can't have 3 or 4 really bad play calls on 3rd down. You just can't.
Nope.
Like, that sends you home in the playoffs. You can't get a turnover the way.
By the way, that guarantees you that. Let's say you succeed on 1 or 2 of them, not all 3.
Right.
But now you extend these drives. You possibly put more points on the board, less possessions for the Bills,
right?
Less time you put your defense out there, which is not a good defense. So there were other factors, other dominoes that fall with making those bad decisions.
Yeah.
It just really cost you, man.
You can't, I think that's the lesson as the Dolphins have 3 games left here, and I would think it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Is you in those games, in those spots, when you're playing those elite teams, you've got to be buttoned up. You can't have those types of errors. And when you have a chance to put them down for good, as I think the Dolphins did when they recovered that fumble, you got to do it. Like, that's when you've got, look, we obviously bring up Kansas City on this sometimes. I would give an example of when the Chiefs played Buffalo last season. The Bills had 13 seconds and they win that game. And the Bills didn't kill them. They had the Chiefs in that playoff game dead to rights. 13 seconds to go. And they let them off the mat. And once they got off the mat, that was it. It was over. They weren't going to get him back down. And like that, when you have an opportunity to put a team like Buffalo on to the ground, you've got to do it. And I thought the Dolphins were way too concerned. Especially, look, I disagree completely with that Ingold call for a million reasons. If you're gonna throw the ball, then throw the ball. Throw the ball to Hill. Throw the ball to Waddle. Get him in space. I mean, don't throw to Alec Ingold and hope he can make a guy miss. Like that's nuts. You can't call that play in that spot.
No.
I would think that McDaniel will learn from that. He's a rookie coach, and he has to, because if they play Buffalo again, which they could in the first round of the playoffs, or Kansas City or Cincinnati, you've got to be prepared to go in with an idea of, hey, look, we can't waste 1 third down. We can't waste one critical play, because in a game like that against those teams, that's death. They will put you away if you make a mistake.
No. But in general, it's really just win and survive in today's league, right? It's not really there aren't a lot of teams that can say, okay, defense, carry us.
No,
they're just
very
aren't, right? I mean, San Fran,
Dallas occasionally.
Occasionally, yes, they do have.
I mean, very few teams. Very few teams.
It's just
and when you get into the playoffs now, look at the quarterbacks. Like, forget the NFC. The NFC is a dumpster fire, relatively speaking. In the AFC, there's a really good chance that all the quarterbacks outside of Tennessee are going to be guys who are really good players, the great players, like the Hall of Fame level players. You're not shutting down Josh Allen in a playoff game. You're just not. They're too good. They're too talented. You're not shutting down Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes. Like, these guys, they're going to throw the ball. Like, you go into the game understanding we got to try to force a turnover too. We got to.
And Josh is going to run too, not just throw. He's also going to kill you, because really that's what killed the Dolphins.
Yeah,
was running like Duke Riley's in the middle, and I tweet out right after that play when he gets all those yards. I like Zach Thomas, John Offerdahl, Nick Bonacani, Duke Riley. You think there's a drop off?
Yeah, he's not. He's not quite Nick Bonacani.
It's like, come on, dude. I can't kill Boyer when you can't make chicken salad out of chicken. Come on, dude.
At some point, the realization has to be, for most of these teams, you have to play well situationally on defense. Get a turnover, force a field goal down the red zone.
They did. They got the turnover late.
They got the turnover.
You had to then convert into points, and you didn't, because you didn't make the right calls.
The big thing is that, if I'm the Dolphins, if I'm Boyer, I'm saying, look, defensively, I don't care how many yards we give up. I just don't. I care when I'm playing a bad team. I don't care when I'm playing one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. We're going to give up yards. We're going to give up some points. But what I'm hoping for is some stops in the red zone, some stops on third down. Those downs are going to win you and lose you playoff games. They just are. I mean, in the NFL, there's maybe a half dozen plays that truly define the game. There's a half dozen plays that one way or the other, that's what's going to change the game. That's it. And if you make more of them than you don't, you probably win. And for the Dolphins, I sat there and watched the whole game, obviously. I thought the Dolphins outplayed Buffalo for a big part of that game.
Yeah.
But Buffalo was 8 of 14 on third down. They were great in the red zone. They defensively, they turned what could have been a killer of a 7 into a 3 after the fumble. I mean, those are the types of things that, and then the Dolphins, look, they got the ball back tied. They didn't put it in the end zone. That to me is where, when you're in the playoffs and you're in Buffalo or Arrowhead or Cincinnati, you got to go down. You got to score a touchdown, because that other team is probably going to go down and move the ball and score. So that's the NFL today. It's not 1979 anymore, where you're going to hold the team to 7 points. You're just not. I mean, unless you have an all-time day. I mean, a bad day for a lot of these offenses is 24 points. It is.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. All right. So one thing I wanted to bring up with Tua, because it's like the weirdest thing in the world. Okay. And I've been covering this now for I'm completing my 33rd year doing this business. And this is something that it's never happened ever in our business. Okay. Going into this game, one of the things that people have been talking about is, can Tua play in the cold? Now, I want you to think about this, and think about this good. When did you ever say that about any quarterback in the history of your existence? Can somebody play in the cold or in the rain? It's about the silliest thing in the world because that's part of football. Everybody plays in the rain. Everybody plays in the snow. Everybody plays in the heat and the humidity where the ball could also get slippery because it's so freaking humid, at times. This guy's measured completely different than any other quarterback because in the end, it was a silly discussion. Why? Because he had a bad game in bad weather? That doesn't mean he can't play in bad weather. Everybody, dude, I'm old. Dave Craig had small hands. Dante Culpepper had small hands. Nobody. Kenny Pickett has small hands. Nobody's ever talking about can they play in cold weather or this, that, because that's part of the game. If not, you would have never gotten to this point if you couldn't play in that kind of weather. Because at one point or another, you're going to play in a slop. You're going to play in snow. You're going to play in all kinds of humidity. I just find it silly because we've never put that on any other quarterback in the history of the game. We could talk about, can they figure out defenses? Can they throw the ball? Can they be accurate? All these other things that are normal, Nobody's ever talked about, can this player play in elements? It's the weirdest thing.
So let me ask you, how warm is it outside of your house right now?
No, actually, lately it hasn't been, man. We've been like, we don't have a lot of humidity.
What's the temperature outside your house right now?
Oh, dude, it's probably in the 70s. Let me see if it says it here.
It's 70s.
Oh, it's probably like, no, we've had some really nice weather. Like, you would hate us right now.
Yeah, I would, because you know what it is outside my house right now? It's 9.
Like 12? Yeah.
9. Okay. So my point is this. Look, I think with Tua, that's more of a he plays in Miami thing. Like if he played in Cleveland, no one would ask that question, right? Because it's cold, it's freezing all the time. I think that's more a function of like it's the Dolphins and it's warm weather and like warm weather teams, right or wrong, always get branded as soft. Oh, sure. They just do.
Well, we never did that to Jay Fiedler or Ray Lucas or
those guys. They were terrible.
None of them. We never talked about.
They couldn't play in good weather.
You know what I mean? Can they throw in the weather? Can they throw in the cold? Can they throw in the rain? We never did that to even bad quarterbacks that we had here.
Nobody asked if Jay Fiedler could play in bad weather because nobody could see him ever play in good weather. Look, the reality is, I think. There's always a mentality. It's like warm weather teams are soft and cold weather teams are these. Yeah. Oh my God. You might be the only person alive was a Jay Fiedler bobblehead. I can't believe they made. Did he make that? It's just look. You always get that mentality. Like the cold weather teams are harder teams to play. Some of that's true. Sometimes some of it's not. I think it's more of a mental thing most of the time with weather than it is physical. Like. Listen, these guys are in the NFL for a reason. They can play. The only time I think weather truly impacts a game is if it is a driving rainstorm, because then, of course, it's footing and it's gripping the ball. It's everything.
That affects everybody.
I've asked players this a million times. Most guys will tell you snow is not a problem. Snow is, unless it's a complete, one of those crazy, like,
no, it's the traction on the ice. So that's
most of the time. The thing that affects a quarterback the most is the wind. If you get a day, like I'll tell you guys something right now. Out in Chicago, about an hour from me, okay, on Saturday when the Bills play the Bears, the wind chill, -40. I mean, you want to talk about having a hard, and guy, I've covered many games at that stadium. Let me tell you, it is right on the lake, and that wind coming off that lake. The coldest I've ever been in my life was covering a Bears-Rams Sunday night game. And I remember walking to the stadium from my car and thinking, oh, my God, I've grown up my whole life in cold weather. This is the coldest I've ever been ever. I was like jogging through the metal detector to get the hell in the stadium. And I remember watching the Rams warm up, and every guy had their hand in the hand warmers. They wouldn't take them out till the ball's about a foot away from them. And I turned to a buddy of mine in the booth. I'm like, there is no chance. There is no chance they're winning this game. They want to get in the locker room so bad. It's not even fun. And I think that's the thing. It's more mental. Like the Rams physically could have beaten the Bears that night, but the Rams mentally were like, oh my God, get us the hell out of here. Where the Bears are they're used to it. They play it all the time. That to me is the advantage more than it is can Tua grip the ball. can this guy? Yeah, of course, he's a human being with hands. He can grip the football.
And he's got big hands. Actually, he's not. He doesn't have small hands. He's got like 10.5.
Hands are fine.
So he's
Burrow is a guy who has smaller hands, and Burrow has no problem throwing the ball too cold. But it is mental with weather. Has been forever. Yeah. You know, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, you would remember, of course, when the Vikings played at the old Met, and teams would go up there and they were just beat before they even start to play the game. It was so damn cold. You know, who the hell wanted to be there? That's the advantage. It's that. It's not so much, you know, oh, this guy's going to be better. And by the way, like Josh Allen, everybody's like, he's cold weather quarterback. He grew up in California. Like, he's used to it now. He's used to it. He's that's
4 years in Wyoming too. That's also what that's what they lean on. His 4 years at Wyoming, not his California.
But he grew up in California. Aaron Rodgers grew up high school, college, California. He's used to it because you accept it up there. You're freezing to death. That's just part of it. I think that's the advantage cold weather teams have is they're used to it. Where somebody else goes up there, like the other team, the warm weather team.
The Bills were wilting in the heat in September.
Right. And
that was the storyline from that game.
They were cramping constantly. Yep.
Right.
Because the Dolphins players, they live in it every day. They're there. They're used because for a Dolphins player, you're not thinking about how hot it is. You're used to it. If you're a Bills player, you're going, God Almighty, it's so effing hot. Oh my God! Like I'm gonna have a heart attack playing this weather, and it's the same the other way. I think that's the thing when you play in weather like that. The team that's used to it doesn't think about it. It's not part of it for them. It's like, well, I'm used to this. Whereas when you now Bills Bears -40, everybody's gonna be thinking about it. It's when you get that cold, everybody's feeling that. Okay. Let me tell you, there's going to be a whole lot of running the ball and get the hell back in the locker room in that game. There's going to be, I mean, there's not going to be too many guys like, hey, let's challenge this and sit here for 6 minutes. It's going to be, you know what? It's good. It's incomplete. Let's go to the next play.
All right. So let me ask you something.
Yep.
I know that Jalen Hurts got a little banged up with the shoulder, and I know he threw a couple interceptions this week, but still, overall, when we look at some of the running type quarterbacks and we look at Lamar, and you and I are kind of on the same page of Lamar, that he hasn't really turned the corner as a passer. And then the other guy is Justin Fields, who I think has not turned the corner as a passer yet, but it's still young for him. I'm watching Jalen Hurts. I'm watching a better passer overall. Do you see the same thing?
Yes, I do. Hurts has the ability to just win a game with his arm, which Lamar has done occasionally, but not consistently. Hurts can do that consistently. Now,
exactly.
Lamar fans would point out, and rightfully so, the Eagles have better receivers. The Eagles have A.J. Brown. They have Devonta Smith. They have, now Goddard's fine, but Mark Andrews is a better tight end than Goddard. So Jackson is him. But Lamar doesn't have the consistency throwing the football that Jalen Hurts has shown this year. Jalen Hurts has been awesome. Like I do not think he's the MVP of the league. I truly believe Mahomes is. That being said, if Hurts wins it, like it's fair enough. I mean, he's been spectacular this season. He's probably the hardest guy to defend in terms of everything he does. I mean, you could argue Josh Allen because Allen is so unique. In that. I mean, the only thing I'll say with both Buffalo and Philly, and I've said this on your show, I might have said a week ago at Buffalo, they have such a reliance on we're going to give Josh Allen 10, 12 carries a game on purpose.
Stupid.
That to me is nuts. Like at some point, that's coming to roost. How many guys do you see at 30, 32 years old playing like that?
Nobody.
None. Ever in the history of the sport. Like
he may not make it to that age if he starts getting concussed, because he's already had one or two doing that, and I would be very careful with that. I think they're playing with fire. The problem is that he's also the one that wants to do it. You know what I mean? When you see him dive the week before, and he's like, you're like, what the hell are you doing, bro? You're a quarterback. But he's so young, big, and strong that right now, you know how it is. He just feels invincible right now, and you'll get humbled. You'll get humbled in this league.
I always just think too, you're gonna face some team that just says, you know what? First time he does that, I don't care Hit him as hard as you can. Hit him low. Hit him high. Whatever. Drill him. And let's be real. This is a National Football League. Most guys are never out there to hurt somebody else. I mean, that's not the way it is. Guys don't want to hurt other guys, nor should they, of course. In a playoff game, not that they try to injure him. If you're a linebacker and you're trying to get to a Super Bowl and he comes running out and he doesn't want to slide, if you're a linebacker, you're going to hit him with everything you've got. I mean, you're going to try to hit him. You're going to try to hit him
is the
the
word
next month.
It's not injured, it's punished.
Correct.
Is the way they look.
You are trying not to put him out of the game, but to make him think like, oh, I don't want to run again. I don't want to feel that again. Like you're trying to make him feel that hit for 10 minutes, right? And if you're in the playoffs, you're also going to have some guys who go, you know what, man, it's worth the 15 yards. He's a half step out of bounds. I'm going to hit him as hard as I can. And, you know, I mean, look, to think that there aren't guys who think that way, of course there are. I mean, you're putting your best player at risk. Like Buffalo, how many times you have to run him on 3rd and 2? Like Devin Singletary can't pick up 6 feet. And Philadelphia, they do a lot of that with Hurts. They run him a lot, man. And at some point, like Hurts is not as big as Allen. Like at some point, that's coming to roost. Like I don't care how big, how tough, how strong you are. It's a dangerous game at some point.
You got to learn to beat people from the pocket, and that's where I give Jalen Hurts a little credit over Fields and Lamar.
Yeah,
that he's starting to do that a lot more, and that's what's going to extend his career because eventually all of these guys will break down and get, you know, unfortunately, they're going to suffer serious injuries if you choose to be the running quarterback.
Right. Absolutely. I think that's, you know, look, having the ability to run as a quarterback is great, but it's not something, in my opinion, the team should just rely on over and over and over. I mean, at some point, again, you go back and look at the history of the NFL. How many guys that ran as much as the guys we're talking about right now, how many of those guys played good football into their 30s? I mean, it just doesn't happen. I mean, to probably the best running quarterback ever in terms of just pure running ability, probably Mike Vick. Mike Vick didn't last long in that. And of course, obviously, there were other extenuating circumstances with Michael Vick, but even a guy like Randall Cunningham took a beating. And he had a great year in 98 with the Vikings. But really, his career outside of that year was pretty much done in the mid-90s. It's hard to do that for a long period of time.
I'm with you. All right. So before I let you go, I got to ask you this. At least for my side, how wrong were you about the Lions? How wrong were you about Dan Campbell? Because for me, I think it's a freaking miracle that they're 7-7 at this point in time. And I got to give Dan the man a lot of credit because I never expected that. And how wrong were you? Because I know I am. That Jared Goff has 23 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, and he is completing 65% of his passes and has played like a franchise quarterback for them overall this year. How wrong have you been about the Lions? Because I know I have been wrong big time.
All right, so let's go levels of wrong from worst to least. I was really wrong about Jared Goff. I expected Jared Goff this year to be absolutely terrible and potentially benched like halfway through the year. That has not happened. I think in my quarterback rankings I put out today, I think he's like 8th. He's played great. Played really, really well. And a lot of it with Goff over the last handful of years is like his yards per attempt is brutal. He's actually good. He's like 7.5 right now. So
7.5, yes.
He's played very, very well. That is the thing by far I couldn't be more wrong on. I thought the Lions this year would be frisky. I didn't think they'd make the playoffs. I thought like they might win like 6 to 7 games and be interesting, but not like, hey, they're actually going to threaten to make the playoffs. They absolutely, like at this point, frankly, probably should make the playoffs. Panthers, Bears, Packers last 3 games of the year. If you can run that table, that's not crazy.
Oh, they're one of the teams playing better football than most actually in the last 5,
absolutely 6 they are.
Yeah,
they've won 6 of their last 7, and they probably should have beat Buffalo. So you have that going. The thing I actually wasn't wrong, shockingly. I thought Campbell would be a good coach. Now, I will say this with this caveat. I remember writing in Stacked in Box when I got hired. I'm like, I actually think this guy's going to work out, and people killed me for it. That said, Caveat being, when they were 1-6 this year,
I
was
would have
all
killed
the
you
way.
for it too, by the way.
Hey, that's fair. A lot of you and everybody else get in line. But when they were 1-6 this year, I'll be the first one to throw my hand up and say, yeah, I was like, he might get fired at the end of the season. So my confidence in Wayne significantly in Mr. Campbell. But they have been fun. They've been good. I'll tell you right now, man, they get in the playoffs. They play the Vikings in a playoff game. I'm picking
you
the
don't want
Lions.
to play them. You don't want to play them. They have there's no fear because they're
there's
playing
nothing
with
to
house money, bro. They're
nothing
house
to
money
lose.
all the way.
That's
Yeah.
it. That's always the team. Like, if the Niners played them, I think the Niners would probably just shut them down because they're so good defensively. But, like, if they play the Vikings, I am picking them to beat the Vikings.
Yeah, Vikings are frauds. Yeah, I'm with
Huge.
you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, the Lions, the one thing about the Lions, they can score points. And if you can score points, you always have a shot. You've always got a shot of, hey, man, we're just on one that day, 38 points, whatever. They've been incredibly impressive down the stretch.
And they play hungry, man, just like their coach.
They do.
They play with emotion the entire time. And the Hutchinson pick has been a hell of a pick for them overall. I mean, it's a lot of their draft picks, actually, the last couple of years have really panned out. That's the other reason why things are looking pretty good for the Lions. One, obviously, they hit on the quarterback that he's actually played well, which is shocking to me. But a lot of their draft picks, man, they've done a pretty good job in the front office finding some guys.
And they have the Rams pick. They have the Rams pick. Oh my God. This is going to be, by the way, I know we're going long here. We can wrap it.
We're good.
Man, like, the draft this year is going to be nuts. The Eagles have the Saints pick. The Seahawks have Denver's pick. The Rams pick belongs to Detroit. And Houston owns Cleveland's pick. Like, you're going to have 4 picks that are probably in the top 12 to 15 selections that are not owned by the team that has earned them. Like, it's going to be nuts. The Eagles might win the Super Bowl and have a top 10 pick. Like, the Lions might win a playoff game and have like the 3rd overall pick in the draft. It's crazy. I mean, it's nuts to think how many of these teams, like, normally you have that bad of a year and like your reward for that is, all right, well, this is terrible, but we have a top 5 pick. A lot of these teams, you had that bad of a year. You don't even have that. Like, you went through all this and you have nothing to show for it. And in the cases of the Browns and the Broncos and the Rams, you're in cap hell. Like, on top of that, and so are the Saints, actually. So it's crazy. You're that bad. You're capped out. You have no picks. But other than that, things are good. The future's bright.
Well, hey, listen. Okay, so Detroit could have a winning record. They might make the playoffs.
Yep.
Dan Campbell could be, I don't know, up for coach of the year. The front office is actually making really good moves.
Good front office.
I'm convinced the world is coming to an end. That's it.
Well,
it's Armageddon. It's Armageddon.
It might be. If it is, I'd like to at least get I Christmas because I like to give some gifts and get a few. So I'd like to do that and maybe see how the season plays out. But after that, listen, February is always brutal anyway. It's going to be 10 degrees up here and snowing. So if that's when the Lions vortex takes us all, well, it's been a good run.
Follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam and tell him about Stacking the Box, sir.
Absolutely. Every Tuesday, you can check out Stacking the Box on YouTube at noon Eastern, 11 Central. You can also just download it wherever you get your podcast, subscribe there, leave a rating. If you leave a rating, they'll leave a question with it. I'll answer the question on the pod. So go ahead and do that, and then check out the column Monday, every single Monday, 6 a.m. at fansided.com. I also tweet it out. It's all there. Power rankings, quarterback rankings, picks throughout the week. So keep it busy. Hey, to those of you who I see in the chat, thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
And we appreciate you, sir. Enjoy the football this weekend. Enjoy your Christmas. We thank you. We will catch up next Wednesday.
Have a happy holiday, everybody. Take care.
You got it. There you go. The great Matt Verderam. Follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam. And folks, we got a hell of a sale going on right now, 30% off. Go to redrecover.com. You're dealing with some pain. You're dealing with an old injury. You're dealing with an old surgery. You're dealing with how about just wear and tear? You're driving that bus all day, back, shoulders, arms hurting. You can get some treatment. You're going to go play pickleball. You want to maybe treat yourself before and after. You're going jogging. You're going in the gym. Man, how about this? You got a scar from a surgery? You want that scar to disappear? Red light therapy can help you ease that pain, can relieve that pain, can get the blood flow going, folks. Red light therapy is all natural. There are no side effects. Kids can use it. Dogs can use it. Of course, us adults, we desperately need it. So if you're dealing with an ankle injury, or if you just want to feel better before and after your workouts, you can optimize your workouts with the wraps. And by the way, these wraps, they're not tied to any cable. It's a battery that's rechargeable. So you can be working in the house, walking around, hanging out, watching television, at home, at the office. You can wear your shoulder wrap, your elbow wrap, your ankle wrap, whatever. My wife, as a school teacher, stands all day. She comes home. She uses the wraps for the bottom of her feet, help her recover, help her feel better, get that blood flow going, folks. Red light therapy, the benefits are endless, folks. Go check it out for yourself. Go to redrecover.com and take advantage, because I've been giving you my code Big O for 10% off. Right now, it's 30% through the end of the year. So if you've got maybe a grandmother or grandfather or your wife, your husband, somebody that you know is dealing with some kind of pain and discomfort, those 15 minutes a day could make an absolute difference. If you got a workout warrior that's part of it, or you are, these wraps are great. If you know you've got this shoulder injury or surgery from years ago, but when you work out, there's some soreness, you can actually use a wrap before and after your workout, and you're going to feel the difference, man. Check it out. Go to redrecover.com and take advantage right now. 30% off. We step out of the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
Right. Campbell doing great. Our guys played hard for him when he was here. Well, remember, it was the first 2 games, and then after it kind of fizzled out. I've never been much of a rah guy, and that's what I think Campbell is. And they're doing a great job right now. They're winning now. We'll see if it's sustainable. We'll see if he can continue, because we've seen this here for ourselves. Coaches that have a good year and then, it wears out quickly. That kind of stuff, right? We saw it with other coaches. So, time will answer all. But right now, you cannot deny it, man. They've done an awesome job, and way better than I ever expected. I never expected them to be 500 right now. Certainly did not expect them to challenge for a playoff spot. And there is no way I expected Jared Goff to play this well. 23 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Hells to the no. 3-1. That's not elite. You want to get to 5-1, 4, 5, 6-1, 7-1. Those are the ridiculous numbers. 3-1 is really good overall. And for him, I think it's outstanding. I mean, he's really done a great job. I got to give him a lot of credit, man. A lot of credit. Let's see, what else do we have here? Miami's O-line has been solid overall this year. Good enough to help Tua become the number 1 rated QB in the NFL, number 2 in QBR. Like to see more rushing attempts. They have shown that they can run at times. But Eric, you are so right. Remember, this is an offensive line that couldn't run block and couldn't pass block. Remember, Tua got pressured all the time last year. Tua was one of the few quarterbacks in the history of the game that I've watched get pressured while handing off the ball. Like, really? Like, you're taking the ball under center, and as you turn around and hand it off, there's already a defender on your hip? Yeah, no, that's not good. So they've made the progress now that they've done throughout the year. Even Teddy Bridgewater had 300 yards. They've done a good job of giving their quarterbacks time to at least pass the ball. Have they been able to run on a consistent basis? No. Have they had their moments like last Saturday? Yes. And they have to take advantage when they do have those moments. But you have to remember the line has made enormous progress from last year simply by pass blocking. And hopefully next year they get to the point where they add another guy or two and they're at the point for run blocking. Okay? That's all. What else do we have on the chat board? I think the players like Campbell, the players are sure not giving up on him. Hell no. Lions drafted Sewell, smart move. The O-line is improved. Yep. Amen. You are all correct on your assessments there of what's gone on. Very impressed, man. Very impressed. I never saw it coming. I was dead ass wrong about the Lions, about Campbell right now, and certainly, Jesus Christ, Jared Goff. God bless you, young man. Way to go, dude. Way to go. Man, you have resurrected your career, because I would figure that you'd be one of those guys that was gonna start heading into, hey, let me go back up over here, back up over there, that kind of stuff. That's kind of what I expected from him, Do want to remind you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Where are we at, by the way, on Bitcoin right now? Bitcoin is still just under 17,000, stuck in the 16.8 range. A beautiful range. It's still in a beautiful range, is what I call it. All right. Okay, what else do we have going on in the world of sports? Is there anything else that... Oh, yeah. I want to talk about one more thing. The NBA's got some problems, man. And listen, I am a big fan of the NBA. Love the NBA. Love the Miami Heat. I love watching the Heat. I love following the Heat. I love covering Summer League, everything. I love everything about basketball, and I'm a basketball nut. But here's the thing that I'm worried about for basketball right now, because this has always kind of been a thing with basketball. The regular season's not that important, and it's kind of been a thing for them that it's never been that important overall. I remember I had a person on that works with, and this is the problem when you have people that are associated with MLB Network, NFL Network, NBA Network, because they work for the league also, they can't necessarily be objective all the time. No, in fact, they can rarely be objective, because if it's something that's derogatory towards the league, they have to kind of sidestep it. So I had one of the guys on from NBA Network. I'm not going to say who it is. About a year back or something like that. And he got mad at me because I said, the problem also is that the NBA regular season doesn't really matter much. And he got all, hot and bothered, because it's just one of those things. He works for the league, so he can't make it sound like that either, because then his employer is hearing that, and it's like, yeah, that's not a good look for him. But I'm sorry, that's why I don't work for a league, and that's why I don't work for a team, and that's why I don't even work now for a corporation anymore. I don't want to have to answer to people anymore. I'm tired of that. And thank the Lord, Sean and I don't have to do that, thanks to all of you out there. And we appreciate you. But the NBA regular season has not meant much forever. And 98% of the time, we can all tell you who's going to be in the finals. And we could guess the 2, 3, 4 teams are going to be in the finals before the season even starts. So it tells you that there's really not that much importance in the regular season. Okay, so now you're asking people to spend thousands of dollars on their seats. The people that are spending on the lower bowl seats and the suites and all. And so now that the regular season is not that important, you now have taken it to another level by allowing your players to miss, 20%, 25, 30% of the season. Like it's nothing. Like Jimmy Butler doesn't play a lot, dude. Heat season ticket holders should be pissed off. NBA fans that go see the Heat should be pissed off. And if that's what's happening in Atlanta, then Hawks fans should be pissed off. And if it's happening in Boston, then Celtics fans should be pissed off. Knicks fans, not seeing your team is actually a blessing. But, I mean, overall, in every other spot, it's a problem. So you got stars that are constantly sitting out for this stupid ass what is it? Load management crap. Okay, well, then you need to make 20 and 30 and 40 and 50% less salary if you're going to miss. That's all. Oh, you want to miss time? Oh, you want to rest 20 games. Okay, let's take 20% off that salary. You don't play, you shouldn't get paid. I'm sorry. Joe Fan still has to pay for his or her seats. And there are people that have 2, 4, 6 seats, 8 seats. That's a lot of money you're asking them to spend, and you're not giving them the bang for their buck on every game. And it's not a Heat thing. This is an NBA thing, okay? I use the Jimmy Butler example because I have to use it. But I'm sure in every city, practically, we have those examples. And yet you're asking the customer to spend the money. You're asking people that are traveling to NBA cities to go watch their favorite teams. So the person travels to LA, they love LeBron, they walk in and LeBron is getting the night off. And they came from Milwaukee, they came from Miami, they came from Indonesia. And they went to see a Lakers game with LeBron because for them, that's like a bucket list, wouldn't it be? Like to go to the LA Arena to go see a Laker game against your favorite team. Or you love LeBron and you follow LeBron throughout his career. And now, hey, man, I get to go to LA, get to hang out in LA. I get to go to the Staples or the Crypto.com arena. And I get to watch my favorite player in a Lakers game, and it might be against whatever, not so cool. Now LeBron's not playing, and you spend all that money. That's a bunch of bullshit, dude. Like, it's a joke, the amount of games that Jimmy Butler is taking off. An absolute joke. And look, I get it that he lays it all out there, and I understand what the method behind the madness, but I'm just saying what is absolute madness are the people that have to pay the tickets for all of this. It's unfair to the entire NBA nation. So that's one thing that I just kind of wanted to get off my chest because I'm watching that game last night, and I know Ira and Kurt talked a little bit about it today too. And I wanted to talk about it, but just one of those where the NBA is doing a massive disservice to their fans. And if you're an NBA fan, there really is zero reason for you to invest in the regular season. You're better off just waiting for the secondary market and buy them really cheap because there'll be a whole bunch of cheap tickets available, and then waiting for the playoffs, and then but to pay for the entire regular season and you're not getting your money's worth, I find that to be very, very poor on the NBA's part. And I don't know how they fix it. I don't know if they can. I don't know if they can take a hardline stance with their players, but you got months off in the offseason. You got plenty of time to rest. I watched other players that didn't have the hotels you guys have. They don't have the medical practices now that they have, the advance in medicine. They don't have the planes you have nowadays. So you guys travel and do everything in the kind of comforts that others didn't. And they all played, 75, 77, 80, 82 games all the time. Michael Jordan could go to Vegas and win a bunch of money and still fly into Los Angeles and play his game and score 45 on your head. I like the old school approach too. I like the people that say, I'm going to party hard, but it ain't going to stop me from playing hard. That was Michael Jordan. I respect that. I don't respect this shit. You're off for 20 games for load management. Get the hell out of here, dude. You got a bus driver every day for 300 days a year or whatever. Get the hell out of here, bro. school teacher teaching 200 kids. They don't get that time off. You know, give me a break, dude. I just find it ridiculous. Guy working in the street, laying, asphalt. They might get a week of vacation the entire year. I watch my guys at Cutter's Edge Pro or EJD Construction, and those guys probably get off like a week a year. Meanwhile, they're grinding their backs all day. EJD building houses and hotels and all kinds of stuff, fixing roofs all over the place. Got our guys at Cutter's Edge Pro breaking their backs, building up all kinds of great landscaping, designs all over the place. And they get a week off. Most of you, whatever you do, you get a week. These guys, they get an entire off season, and they're not even playing 20% of their responsibility. At least 20%. If you're Anthony Davis, you're missing like 60% of the games on average. Well, it's disgraceful what the NBA is doing to their fans. Seriously. It's something that long term, I would not be surprised if it cost them at the box office. And it should. Okay? You're ripping people off. You're bait and switching them. In fact, there might be a case for people to sue the NBA for bait and switch. Because that's what you're doing. Not fair, man. Definitely not fair to the consumer. The NBA is not treating the consumer the right way. All right, we thank Ira Winderman. We thank Kurt Heelan. We thank Matt Verderam. As always, we'll talk to Omar Kelly tomorrow. He was set to join us today. We thank, of course, Sean Stanley, man. As always, the guy that puts everything together and masters this entire platform. We thank all of you that tuned in, sent in a super chat. Thank you so much. If you want to make a donation through Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. You know we love our Bitcoin donations. So you can make it through Cash App or even Venmo. Actually, nobody's donated. We've got all the donation of Bitcoin been on Cash App. Nobody's done it on Venmo yet, so somebody's got to break the ice there on Venmo. But anyway, Cash Big O Show, if you want to make a donation. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be at Hialeah Park, baby. Yeah. Afternoon, 3 to 6 p.m. I got it right this time. I'm still, like I said the wrong time last week, but I did get it right. 2 weeks ago, I said the wrong time, and I showed up in the morning when it's really the afternoon, so I ruined my chance to sleep in, but I'm not ruining it this time. I am going to sleep in. So we'll be on at 3 in the afternoon tomorrow at Hialeah Park. So come on by and say hi. Or that dude there, you want to make a little wager, come on over, bro. Come on over. We'll make that wager. Love to make that wager. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to take your money. Let's go. Take your money. Suckers want to give the money. Suckers walk. Money talks. But it can't lock my 3-lock box. Or I don't know, something like that. We're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel.
This is the Big O Show.